Testing, testing, testing. Whoop. We'll probably be starting a little late to get everyone here. Hello, everyone. Hello. Okay, so we're going to be starting the Computer Art Club Weapon Crafting Workshop today. It's going to be interesting. If you have the Facebook page, I've also posted the link to the YouTube thread too, but we have a Google document that has a Google folder that has a guideline to what we're doing today and a bunch of resources that you're going to need for the workshop. So yeah, download that. It's got a bunch of concept art in it, a little document that guides us through what we're doing and all that kind of stuff. And you could find that down here, right there. It should let you download it. So we're going to download that and then use that as we go. So let's see. So many tabs. I have way too many tabs. Okay, so we're going to be choosing a concept and then taking that concept all the way to final model and phase to work into a video game. And we're going to be doing primarily swords, but if you want to be dangerous and do like a hammer or something, you know, that's okay. We could do that. We can make it work. We're going to be going pretty slow today to, we have a lot of freshmen in here that are noobs, so we're going to treat them with respect and get them going. That way they know what they're doing. And so that's going to happen. We're using primarily Maya and Photoshop for this. I would use 3D Coat to paint, but we don't have that on the school computers, so we're going to be doing it old-fashioned. And yeah, let's see what we got here. Yeah, so let's pick a concept from the folder. Let's pull up the folder. And we got a bunch of really cool concepts here. Oh, what is it? Screen share. Okay, yeah, it's doing the right thing. I'm crazy. I thought it was that. Whatever. So we've got a whole folder filled with concepts, and I put the name of the person that we found the concept art from. A lot of these are DeviantArt names too, so you can find them and link them if you want to use this for your portfolio. You have to give credit for them. Otherwise, you can get in trouble, and that's mean. Unless you change the concept completely and just use references from it, you can't call it your own work. And so it's very important. Is this not clicking? Fine. But we've got a lot of diversity things. We're primarily focusing on things that would fit into a game like World of Warcraft or WildStar, because that's what we're good at painting. Or I'm good at painting, or decent at. I shouldn't say good. And so choose one of these, and we're going to have to cut it out of here. That way we can import it into Maya as a reference, so that you could reference it out. Unless it's like this one, which is already cropped for you, and you just need to rotate it like that, or probably doesn't go like that. Like that, I guess. Yeah, you don't grab the thing. Yeah. So pick one of these, and we'll plop it out. I think we chose. Yeah, well, I'm just going to go back to, we're going to do this guy. So we're going to open this up into Photoshop. Or first, we should open Photoshop. Go over and open up some Photoshop CC, Creative Cloud. Got a nice little girl walking on water. There. Pretty. Yeah. Oh, it does? I didn't even notice. Okay. So yeah, go up to File, Open. And then we'll go to the folder and find the image. I'm going to grab this. A lot of times when you're working from concept, you don't need the best quality image, because chances are you're going to want to improve the texture quality anyways. That way to make it, get better. But we're going to grab this guy. And what I recommend doing is you can use the select tool to grab it like this first if you want, or you can crop it out more complicatedly. But we're going to do this, and then we're going to do image crop. And that crops it down, so that's under image crop. Then I recommend, we can just blur everything that's not the sword, I suppose. Probably the best way to do it. So you can use the magnetic, let me cancel that. The magnetic polygon tool, which is really, really nice. Actually, the polygon lasso tool. Yeah. Right? Yeah, not the magnetic one. Who needs magnets? Polygon lasso tool, which is, I guess, L. How are they all L? whatever. We're using the polygonal lasso tool to select out the area that we don't want. Boop, boop. And that's so you just click and it selects. Also, if you have any problems or confusion, Sam could go help people. Just walk around and yell at people and tell them, hey, you suck.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, don't do that. Fine. Just make sure everyone's following along fine. Are we screen sharing the, we're not doing the second monitor things right now.
Prepare to have a seizure.
Prepare to have a seizure. Watch out. Could be an issue. We're going to use this $20,000 machine thing. That way you can see exactly what we're doing. Is it working, Sam? No?
No. It's thinking about it.
It's thinking about it? Okay, well, I'll keep clicking here while we wait.
Why don't we just turn it off because it's only working on it.
It's only working on.
It's not working on it.
I'm glad they spent a ton of money on this. Sorry. All right. I'll just turn it off. You guys can see that okay? Yeah, it's fine. The lights are pretty dim. Okay, so once you kind of select this out, in order to end it, you press enter and then it'll automatically select that. So it's selecting the sword right now. And what I'll probably do is just like inverse it. So you go up to select and then you can click inverse and it'll inverse the selection to select everything that we don't really need. And I guess we could just like blur it out.
Yeah, just use the gong.
So you go up to filter and you can just go to blur and hit Gaussian blur. And then you just kind of see you later. It just kind of blurs it into oblivion. Because who needs that, right? And I mean, you could make this prettier if you want, but we're going to be kind of going pretty basic over it. I'm going to crop it a little bit smaller, a little bit closer. Doc pose useful. Okay, then once everyone gets, actually, I'll probably blur that out too. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to do the same concept that I'm doing, but it might be a little bit easier to follow along if you do. But there's a lot of cool things in there. Try to pick something that is a sword and is easier to, because we're going to be mirroring it so that we don't have to do everything. So if there's something that is like a 3D object that's like a teddy bear, for example, there's a teddy bear in there that's a teddy bear sword staff thing. You're going to have to model that teddy bear separately in order to get the full geometry. Because we're just going to be basically modeling just the sword and then just mirroring it to flip it reverse. So it's going to be a little bit easier to do if you just do a sword. But yeah, once you get to this step, we're going to probably save it. Would be a good idea. Save it. We need to put it into the source images folder. But so I'd save it just to the desktop. We're going to move it later. And just a JPEG's okay. Boost up the quality. You don't want it to be too low. Okay, so we got that. So I guess Maya will be okay. Set up the project in Maya. Okay, so once everyone gets here, we're gonna turn on Autodesk Maya. So you can actually type in just Maya in here, and it'll pop up. I already had it up, and okay. Your computer might freak out a little bit. There's probably going to be some pop-ups. Just click those away. It's going to be, yep, look at them pop-ups. You could turn those off if you have your own computer, but these computers kind of reset. And so there's going to be a ton of buttons that you don't know what you're doing. So we're just going to walk through the ones that you need to know and ignore the rest. Eventually, you'll learn what they all do, or I don't even know what they all do. A lot of them are older, so because they release new things, so a lot of them are just kind of built up over time. So they have a lot of things that you don't need necessarily for modeling. Yeah, they're really niche. So they fill certain roles that you won't need that often. So we're going to go over the basic toolkit that you're going to need for the sword modeling and other things too. Okay, so once everyone's here, we're going to go to File. We're going to set up a project file so that everything is saved inside that project file. So you're going to want to go to Project Window down at the bottom here, and then click that. And it's going to pop up this new thing that looks pretty scary, but don't worry, it's fine. Then we click New to create a new project, and then we're going to name it. So we're going to be like CAC Sword Thing.
Oh my gosh, it actually organizes things for me.
It does organize things for you, which is very helpful. And then you can click on the location to change where it's going to be saving it. We want to save it to our, if we go to My Computer, we're going to want to save it to our D drive. So data part 1, or it's got to say D on it, because that's where everything's saved on the personal computers. Is everyone here? Is anyone having, Sam, do your job? Yeah, jeez. Yeah, just yell at Sam if you're having issues, or Jacopo.
I do.
You're pretty cool. Okay, so this is kind of the folder. So this, wow, they got Darren Floyd. We're gonna make our own called like CAC or your name probably. Actually, we'll just do select. Just hit select, and it'll select that folder. So it'll put it on the D drive. So okay, and then we're okay to hit accept here at this point once it's saved to the D drive, and this will create all these folders here. So that way, we're gonna set it up to autosave. That way, if it crashes, you have auto-saved, hopefully. We can auto-save every like 10 minutes. And we'll hit accept. So, where to go? Oh, we gotta go over movement controls. Movement controls. So, yeah, has everyone got their projects created, their project folders? So yeah,
Like an automatic view thing.
shift. Oh, well, you can press space and it actually opens up the 4 view. So you have your, what is this, top, front, and side view. Yeah, I can't read that. So if you press space, it'll go between these views. So if you select perspective view, it'll go to the, yeah, don't hold it down because it's going to do this and you don't want that. That's crazy. That's like a weird shortcut menu that no one uses. Yeah, so if you switch on that, you can go top view. We're going to probably be using a top view for part of this, and front view, yeah. So then you can click on perspective, go there. And in order to navigate around, you want to use Alt to rotate, and Alt left click will rotate you around in a circle. So you can be like, woo. And you've got this grid here that you could use to snap to if you need to snap to a grid or things like that. That'll be later, but I don't think we'll need that. And then you can zoom in with the mouse wheel. So you can zoom in and zoom around. And I think there's a pan feature. And don't do double mouse click because that's weird. I don't know what the purpose of that is. There's a pan. Oh yeah, so if you middle mouse, so if you click on the wheel and Alt, you could pan. So I never use that. I usually just use Alt to move around and then Alt to zoom. Well, actually, I do use that, don't I? I don't know. I do it involuntary at this point that it's hard to tell what I'm doing. So, you know, play around with the movement, get yourself comfortable. Try not to zoom out too far because you might get lost. Yeah, you can press F and it'll go back. Can't you do A too? A will like.
A shows all.
A shows all. Yeah, so if you do F, it'll snap you back to where you are so you can't get too lost. Was everyone having fun moving around a grid thing? It's cool. Okay. Yeah, move tool. Oh yeah, so on your, I guess I should. On your left side of the screen, you've got your tools that you're gonna need for movement, like moving objects and moving and rotating objects and that kind of stuff. So the one that looks like an arrow with a cone, you can click that and it'll actually move an object. We probably should actually make an object. Yeah, probably make an object. So you can make a cube by clicking on this cube button. And how this works is you can turn this off, but for right now, we'll just leave it on. You can actually drag right now. So that's creating the base of the cube. And then click drag. And then drag up will set the height of the cube. So you can set it however you want. And then there, you got a cube. Cubes. We probably won't be using that to generate polygons for this. We're going to use a different tool, just because it's a little more complicated to use this to make the sword. Use this to make, the swords are easier to make if you use the tool that we're going to be showing you guys. You can use this to make like trees and shit. Trees and shit. So if you look at this sword, that's not a sword, it's a cube. If you look at this cube, sometimes I don't know what I'm saying, so this is going to be fun. Workshop's over, we got it. It's a box. It's crate. We're going to make a crate, guys. Sugar cube. You could grab the arrows, so green goes up to move it, and then blue goes right or left. X, Y, Z, that kind of. The planes? Okay, so if you're new to geometry, a vert, you can right-click. Right-clicking will pull up this little menu here, and you can actually select between edges, vertexes, and faces. And vertices are the points. So 2 points make up a line, 2 points make up an edge. So an edge, so if you select that, it'll change to edge select mode, so you can select the edges, and then you can move the edges around. So we can make a, not a sugar cube thing. And you can undo with Control Z anytime too, just so you know. It's probably important. I didn't make autosave, I forgot. Yeah, okay, all right, forget that. Well, don't forget it. Just remember it. Okay, go up to File. We're gonna make it so it auto saves so we don't destroy anything. So if you go to File, wait, no, not File. It's a Window, isn't it? Go to Window. Sorry, I forget things. And then go to Settings, Preferences, and then over to Preferences. So click on Preferences, and then you got this big messy thing here. And autosave is like. It's under File, Save, I think.
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Save Actions?
No. File, Projects. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, so if you go underneath Settings and then underneath File Projects, you can click Enable Autosave. And you could change the interval and things if you wanted to save faster. But this will all save into your project folder. So it'll automatically save the project every 10 minutes into your project folder, so you don't have to worry about it. Unless you just did something amazing and you want to save it right away, then you press Control S or File Save to save. All right, so we'll go to, we'll hit Save to save the autosave. But yeah, so you can go and right-click to select faces and move faces around and all that, edges. Or if you really want to get complicated, move things vertice to vertice. That gets messy and you can make things lumpy pretty quick. But there's also, so this is the move tool. If you click over and rotate, you can do the rotate tool. So it's basically the same premise, except for you're rotating things, which doesn't, it can't really rotate that. So you can rotate on the green and go left and right, go yellow, and then the blue to go, you know, that way. Red to go the other way. You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I never remember the lines. Red is X, blue is Z, green is Y. It's, yeah, it's fun. And then you got scale, which scales things. And you just grab and drag, click and drag the cubes. And it'll scale it up, and you can scale that way. Scale that way, or uniformly by clicking in the center. We'll scale everything uniformly. Tiny.
And you can use those other things to scale onto.
Oh, yeah, you can like scale.
No, like the object.
Object mode is if you want to switch back to selecting objects.
Like these.
Oh.
Those, no, I never use them.
Oh,
You can
what
scale
the hell does that do?
You scale on two of them instead of one.
Oh, okay. That's useless.
Yeah, so don't do that.
Don't do that. I mean, you can if you really want to, but it'll scale on 2x, which is a little confusing. So we don't need to do that.
Not really need to scale.
Yeah, we might not even use the scale that much anyways. Maybe for extruding things. We'll go over that later. Okay, so you can go ahead and probably delete the cube if you want. We've gone over the basic movement controls, rotating around there. Is everyone feeling pretty comfortable with this at least? Pretty good. You can raise your hand or say I or say bananas. Bananas are cool. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, you can make objects here. They're called primitives. So you've got primitive shapes, spheres. If you're in Blender, a primitive shape is a monkey. So that's cool. Doesn't make sense to me. But Blender is a different 3D program. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, so you can just delete the cube whenever you feel like it. And make a new cube if you want. So that's that. So let's get our concept ready to go. Yeah, I'll put the work shelf in. That's a good idea. Sam, good job. It doesn't say that on here. Okay, so we created a work shelf for you. So these things here, these folders are called work shelves. And so they have all these tools on them that you probably won't need. So what we made is a work shelf specifically for this event. There are particles over here. Yeah, we can wait till everyone figures things out. Oh yeah, you gotta switch to object mode to delete the images. Yeah, sorry if I skip over something because I involuntarily do it because I've been doing this for a while.
F8 is the hotkey for object mode.
It is?
Yeah.
See, I don't know that. I just do it manually. I don't care. Whatever.
Just tell them the long way.
Yeah, we'll tell them the long way to do things. You can learn hotkeys later. We're going to go over a few hotkeys, but yeah, we'll do the long way for most things. That way you know where things come from at least.
Also, if you guys don't know what tool you are, if you hit Q, it resets the mouse, so you can select stuff.
Oh yeah, mouse. Cool. Q. I did not know that. Okay. All right, so the work shelves. We're going to load in a unique work shelf that way we have all the tools that we're going to need, and Sam's going to actually go over all those tools. You got to speak up though, Sam, when you talk.
I talk quiet.
You talk quiet, so I'm gonna poke you if you're quiet. You'll project. Okay, that's good. So if you go to the folder that we made for you, there's this thing called shelf_workshop shelf. Why did you name it that?
It's only called Workshop Shelf.
That's a name. It's not a fun name. Anyways, copy it. Press right-click copy, and we're gonna move it somewhere complicated. So pay attention. We're gonna go to our documents folder, and then Maya folder. And then we're gonna go to our projects folder, I think, not the projects folder. The thing that says 2015, -64X, whatever. And then underneath preferences, and then shelves, and then we're gonna paste it into here. And then we're gonna have to restart Maya when we do this. So once everyone gets it there, I'm gonna go over that again. Documents, Maya, 2015, preferences, shelves, and then paste it into there. So that's gonna load up a custom work shelf. You can create these yourselves. We'll go over that later. We don't need to do that. Yeah, and then once you're done with that, close out Maya. It's gonna ask you to save. We don't need to save. It's like you probably saved already because it's saved automatically. It's gonna save that preference, right? It's gonna save that. It should.
We can check it.
Yeah, we'll check it. Okay, so go back to open up Maya again. Okay, and blop. And so if you look, now you should have a new shelf. If Maya cooperates. What is Bifrost? Whatever. So that, and this is going to be all the things that we're going to need. Hopefully we didn't forget something. Yeah, we have a list. So this should be everything that we should need for this entire thing. So it's not too much. We're going to go over what each one of these things does while we're doing it. That way you know. And these are all really useful things that you're going to need for basic polygonal modeling. So these are kind of your bread and butter toolkits. You can save this and use it later if you want to. It's kind of nice to have these all in one place. But there's also Maya's modeling toolkit, which is a different version of this. It's basically the same thing though. But so this is pretty much all you're gonna need to worry about, that movement, and then switching between your views, so your front and top and left, which is the space button. So that's pretty much all we're gonna need for Maya. I'm gonna go over quickly how to put in your concept. That way you can model. Oh, do we have to do it again?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just, really?
Yeah, do it when you start.
Anyway, so we need to set the project folder again, apparently.
Used to set project.
Yeah, or recent project. So go to set project, file, set project. Well, or you can do this. This is easier, whatever. And then just click on your project, and that sets the project. Senior. I didn't know that. So we're gonna go, let's go back to our, we'll just go back to Photoshop here. And we're gonna save this again into our project file. So hit save as again. And it's on the desktop, but it'll delete there. So go over to where we saved our thing, which is on the D drive. So go to my computer, and then data part 1, and then CAC sword thing, which is your project file or whatever you've named it. And then we're gonna put it into the source images folder and just save it right there. And yeah. Okay, so that should be in there. That'll make it easy. Okay, so go to your front view. So press space and then click on, or top view. Sorry.
I do front view.
You do front view?
So it's up.
Oh, front view. Yeah. Go to your front view. So it should say front on the back. It should be on the bottom left though. It's hard to read. Sometimes there's a cube up here that's helpful. Did they get rid of the cube?
You can turn it on.
You have to turn on. It used to be default, whatever. Anyways, bottom left, front view. And then what we're going to do is go over to view and then create an image plane. So we're going to go to view, image plane, and then import image. And you can do this with videos too, if you want to animate, and then select the concept. Here, I'll hold down. And once you click open, it's going to put it there. Yeah. Okay. So once you click open, it's actually gonna. Well, that's tiny.
Yeah, you can scale it.
So yeah, we probably want to scale it. So go over here and press scale. I'm gonna go over some quick hotkeys for the movement controls because those are gonna help you out a lot, other than clicking over here. So if you press Q, it goes to the movement tool. So you can move. Oh, it's W. W. Sorry. I don't know the keyboard, whatever. W, and then E is rotate, and then R is scale. So you can go Q, W, R. You can just leave your fingers there if you're doing things. And so we're going to scale this uniformly up by selecting the middle button there and scaling it up about yay big.
You have to drag select the image plane. You can't just-
Yeah, in order to select the image plane, you have to click and drag. It's kind of weird. Or you can click directly on the line, but it treats it like a plane, and in order to select a wireframe plane, which is weird, it should treat it like an actual plane. Yeah, whatever. So you just have to kind of click on the line or drag select it in order. Once it turns green, you have it selected. So is everyone around here? Because we're gonna probably switch off to Sam doing it now. Is that okay? Sam, you think we covered pretty much everything we're gonna need for this?
No.
Yeah, I'll go help you.
You can go ahead. I'll make it easy. That should be some party bullshit, won't it? Why not? Why not? Right.
Put that in the file.
Or watch Breaking Bad.
Can you do a Photoshop, or are you just doing that one? Okay, so yeah, you can just move that. Did you download the whole folder of images? Okay, so where do you put that?
Just go to front view.
Okay. Then go to
It's
the
space.
D drive. Then go to where
Yeah.
it is there.
Okay.
Then go to, oh, so you want to put it this way. And then, so that's where all your stuff is. And then once you go to my, back to mine, then it should be there. And then you can just hit help. Yeah, you can scale that up. Do you have number already? So we can hit E.
W is the big.
R.
E is the big R.
R scale. So you get QW and then W E R. Then bigger. You don't have to hold it there. You'll just and just scale that up. Just so you have something to look at. Okay, so everyone's got. Oh, you get your own thing.
Yeah, I just combined like two different stuff. I have to get my foot change.
So you'll be able to use this bigger. Painting's bigger.
Yeah,
But it's the same basic principle.
yeah.
So it should be fine.
Should I just go through all the buttons first, or?
Yeah, I would go through everything there.
Okay. Everybody rotate. I'm guessing, maybe. I don't know. Okay. So we're going to go through all the buttons on the work shelf first, so we understand what they do. So the first one on the left is the first one on the left is the create polygon tool, which, to explain it, you're putting vertexes down, and like I'll do. So if you want to make an object shape, you can click to put a vertex down. And if you put 3 down, you have a shape. And then if you want to finish the shape, you push enter and it makes the flat plane in the world space. If that makes sense.
So you're basically mapping out the polygon so you can place it on the geometry.
Yeah.
And if you make 4 dots, it'll make a
Quad.
square.
Yeah.
And yeah, we want to try to not do as many triangles. Triangles
Yeah.
are okay for low poly,
Yeah. But you want to do quads as much as you
but
can.
quads if you can.
So I'm going to make one real quick just to explain what some of these do. So I'll make just a quad. So the next one is extrude, which is this one. So if you want to, extruding is basically creating another set of faces to make it more 3-dimensional.
So if you select the face of it,
If you select the face by going right-click face, you can select it, then hit the button, and it'll come up with this weird control thing. I don't really use that. I just hit the move tool because it's a lot easier because you can mess it up with the other one. And you can pull out a face to make it 3-dimensional instead of a 2D plane.
Okay, quick question.
Yeah.
How do you turn the triangle into a quad? Just keeps turning into a triangle against my will.
if you click again, it should. Yours is not,
What's it doing?
it's stopping after the
Third one.
second one.
Maybe you can start past probably motion control.
Oh, that might be.
Is that one? But, oh, that's what you do.
Okay.
That's the one there.
Oh, Blender.
I'm like trying to like cool it because it's more comfortable with this. So I figured I could learn how to use this
I don't know how to do it.
You want to close the door?
They're apparently hurting it.
Okay. How's everybody doing? What?
So try out those 2 tools.
Yeah.
Try to be creating
I'll do it again to explain it.
And then we'll just like extrude things. We'll just play around in here. You're gonna be outlining the mesh.
With this. Then
You're gonna wanna finish it. And I would not use this tool. I would just use the tool, but don't use this one. Just switch back over your move. Then, so you're gonna wanna not do that. But yeah, you can press enter and delete that. switching between perspective and everything. Right now, the box is coming up. That's just because the normals are reversed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over that.
Oh, it's the way the shape is facing.
Yeah,
So like, yeah, if you go that way, it looks fine. That just means that you're kind of going inside of it.
yeah,
Really, it shouldn't do that. It used to not do that.
it's a bug, basically. Yeah.
It's a feature, but it's
So if it's safe and normal, it tells you which way you should steer.
right.
Yeah.
That's true. And you can just delete faces, select faces.
Because textures won't show up on reverse normals.
Yeah, try just selecting that face. Which is the second. So you have a face like this now. Then switch to that. There you go. Just move it.
There's someone at the door.
Doing the workshop.
Oh, okay.
So has everybody got that?
Yeah, is everyone having any issues with this? Or it's fairly interesting. We do a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try extruding from that. It's interesting. Is that 5-7? Yeah, you want to end up doing.
I mean, you can do
Can you
as
do
many.
more than 4-sided, or will it automatically?
You can do as many as you want.
You do as many as you want. So
Yeah.
we want to keep it to 4.
I mean, I'm gonna do it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll explain that when I get there.
But yeah, you can hit extrude button. Yeah. Scale, switch back to the scale that. If you want to make like a point, sort of point, you're going to want to extrude it. Then scale down that way. It's got a point edge.
Maybe it's the vendor in high school.
Nice.
All right.
So yeah, we'll be creating polygons on top of the swords.
Yeah. And actually, before I do anything else, I'm gonna move the.
Get rid of the sword. Oh, no, just drag and select it. So let me drag. Actually, you might not select it already. Oh, the delete edge vertex tool, we don't have that on the shelf.
Oh, okay. I'll explain how to do. Actually, put something on a shelf then.
Okay, so in order to delete that point that you have floating in space, we're gonna have to go to underneath the polygon shelf. Everyone should shift right click.
Yes, select and shift right click.
Okay, so select it and then just shift right click.
Well, move it down and one of the menu options.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Hold down shift and right click and select it.
Is it down?
You have to select the vertex.
It's like,
Where is it? Go that way, select it.
drag down and shift right.
Is it selected?
Yeah, because it's showing up right.
And shift right. And
Oh, there it is. Oh, it's gone. Okay.
I'll show how to put it on the shelf too.
Yeah, we did it on the shelf. So go to,
So to put something on the shelf, just you find the option that you want. We want the delete edge vertex one. That the shortcut's also Control Delete, by the way. But you can either do Control Delete or you can hit Control Shift and click on the option, and it'll put it up in your shelf that you have up. So now it's here.
so if you hit Control Delete and then shift.
What?
Anyways, go to your shelf, go to the workshop shelf. And then go to where is it? It's on edit.
It's under Edit Mesh. Under Edit Mesh, it's under Edge. It's right here.
Underneath edit mesh,
I have it highlighted up here. If you want to look at it.
delete edge vertex, and then with the control shift. Put it on the,
Yeah, Control Shift and then click on it.
okay, so then it shows up. So that'll, once you select something, like if you select a face or an edge, it'll delete it completely. Sometimes points will stick around.
You have to delete history to do it.
Yeah. it's weird.
Yeah. Okay.
It's useful to have on your shelf. So yeah, go to the front view.
Yeah.
We're gonna try some more.
Well, first I'm gonna move the image plane back so it's not in the middle, because your model will start in the middle from front view and you'll be like in the image plane at the same time. So what I do is I just move it back a little so it's not in the way when I'm modeling anything. So you just use the move tool, drag select on the image plane, and then move it back just a little so it's out of the way.
Just drag it.
You have to be in object mode to select it too.
Oh, that's fine. So in order to get an object, what's the key object?
F8.
There we go. So yeah, if you can't select something for some reason, just move it back and then move one. Try to, yeah, when you cover over it, then it locks it so you can't move it in any direction. No, we're gonna let it set it. Make sure your locks move it back, that way it's just like who,
Keep going over these.
most of them got it moved back. Did you get yours moved?
It looks like crap,
You got some.
but I'm gonna learn it.
Yeah, move, try to move it.
It's basically all, everything animated.
You're gonna make sure you need to. Just drag like that. There's a drag over the wire.
I didn't think that about
Just that to go to object. And
Yes.
then drag select. And then you can move. Okay. Yeah, and then, yeah, so move the blue one. Just only move. This, yeah, that, and just push back. There we go. Well, that'll be fine.
All right, so the next two are kind of similar on the work shelf. They both control the normals of the shape, and normals are kind of hard to explain, but they're basically the way the face is facing, if that makes any sense, but not really. So
So
to,
you'll have the, face, it's a weird math thing.
yeah, it's a math thing.
It's a math thing, but faces face away, so face a certain way, so they have a front and a back. So what normals do is they reverse it. So the back's gonna be black and the front's gonna be whatever light is hitting it.
Yeah.
So if you would want something that, I don't know why you would ever have reverse normals for any specific reason.
I mean, you can't texture reverse
You
normals.
can't texture, I don't understand the point. But if you have like a black object or a black face and it doesn't have any faces and it looks weird, you can hit one of those buttons to reverse it.
It's this one, the one that has green and red arrows on it. That reverses the normal. And then these two just soften or harden them. So if you soften them, it softens the edge, like where two faces meet, it softens the edge on that. So it changes like the lighting basically on your shape. And then the other one hardens it, which makes it a hard edge.
And this is like used if you're doing like, for low poly, like, if you're doing like a hard edge, like if you have a weapon, it's a sword, you want the hardened edges, because it'll look more crisp, it'll be harder, it won't be soft and mushy.
Yeah.
But if you're doing like a rope or something, and you want it to be kind of
Organic-y.
more
I want to talk over here.
more
so-
soft, I guess. Yeah, more soft,
Yeah.
more smooth. Yeah, you want to soften your normals.
And then let's see. The next one is merging components to centers. So to explain this, I have to right click and go to vertex mode,
So it's a vertex mode.
and right click on the object and go to vertex mode in the menu. And basically what this does is if you select two, you can do it with edges too.
You could shift select to select multiple. at
Yeah.
once.
Yeah.
Hold down shift. And then once you press this button, it's gonna,
It'll merge them into one point in the center point between the 2 points,
right,
which is confusing.
it'll merge it to center.
Yeah.
So whatever the center is.
Yeah.
Between the 2 points.
Yeah. I'm gonna undo that because it's kind of hard to explain with a triangle. That's basically what that one does. You can do it with edges as well. The next one is the multi-cut tool, which is like 3 tools in one, so it's kind of hard to explain. So you can select edges and vertexes in this mode. And if you click on an edge, it'll place a vertex there. And at any point, if you want to like just start over, you can just hit escape and it'll delete everything that you've done.
Escape to escape.
Yeah. So if you want to add vertexes, you can click, like if I wanted to just do that. And if you have, and once you have it where you want it, you just hit enter and it makes that edge. I don't want that there. And then if you want an edge loop, which is a continuous line that goes all the way around, you just go back to this tool and you hit control.
Hold down control.
Hold down control, yeah. And then you can preview it, and you can, if you hit mouse button, middle mouse button, it'll put it in the center of the edges. But you can also place it wherever you want by just left clicking on it.
And so that will draw edges all the way around, so we'll subdivide the object. So yeah, so try creating a cube first, and then using these tools to play with it.
Yeah. And then the next one is kind of similar to that.
We'll just let it like this.
Okay. That one's kind of weird. Is there anything else that one does?
I don't know. I don't think so. It's a new tool.
Yeah, you can all try to tell them where else you can access it or not. I don't know. No, okay. Because there's like 3 different places you can get this tool, but just use it here.
When you're deleting edges,
Make sure
when
you.
use the delete edge vertex tool, just underneath edit mesh.
Yeah.
You want to put this. So if you hit shift control. Oh, you do have it. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, hit that, because otherwise it will keep the vertices. So hit control Z, I'll show you that. So just press delete, like you want to delete it. And so try to see how it creates, it leaves the vertices, so it leaves the ones there.
And you don't want that.
And you don't want it. So if you delete edge vertex, it deletes the edge. So it's weird. Maya. Oh, you want to delete those vertices there? That's great. Everyone wants to do that. Yeah, extrude that out. That's because you're not grabbing the right plane. So you want to you're grabbing the wrong axis. So grab the blue axis.
Sorry, that's one. I didn't realize how like that.
Okay, yeah, just select the one place. Yeah, so now you're going down. So hit enter, and you'll be done with that. So try selecting 2 vertices. So right click. Or hold down right click, and then go to vertex. Okay, so now you can select 2. So try selecting 2 of those. Hold down the shift. And then select another one. And then go up to the merge vertex tool, and then you can merge them together. And then you can undo that. You probably don't want that. But that's if you need to merge 2 things, so you can make a triangle or a pyramid or something like that, or a point. Because like if you want a sharp thing like that, you're gonna want to have it convert that. So you know that one works. So then this is the multi-cut tool, which is right next to it. And how that works is you select in the middle of this edge. So just click on the edge. Then so that creates a vertex. Then if you create another one over there, it creates a line. There it creates another line. So you can do this multi-cut. But then once you press enter,
What?
What does it mean system administrator has lost mouse and keyboard?
it's broken.
What is?
Try shutting it off.
Yeah, you're welcome. You guys are all paid for.
Oh, Grant said cookies, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love Grant.
Grant is the best.
Cookie jar cookies, cookie break. We worked so hard to deserve some cookies. Should have something worse there. I know, this is great. You should stay a worse there so we just have cookies. I want to sneak it. allergic things. That's,
Smells like this.
I want to kill someone.
You would have killed him already, just by opening this.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You said cookies?
Grant. He works at the cookie jar.
You guys go for it.
Oh my gosh. Good
Yeah.
Lord.
It's
It's just.
double shot.
Have you started yet? Did you wait?
No, I'm just slacking.
Lord. Oh my gosh. He's my best.
Oh, got it. The spot of the bed.
Did you come up with
Oh, right. It's not the video.
Well, I can't really stop the video.
Yeah, seriously, nice and fresh.
We're taking a short cookie recess.
Too bad you're not here.
Too bad you're not here.
Do you need it?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so you want to just get to the front view?
Yeah, everyone get to the front view because that's where we're mainly going to start. That's where we're going to be the whole time, actually.
We're still eating cookies.
That's fine. Still eating
We're
cookies.
not as fast as some of us.
Yeah.
But I'm walking.
You got to exercise.
Exercise. Burn those cookies off. Move on.
Continuation of cookie break. I wasn't muted then. So, everybody.
Still the same, yeah. And then grid.
Every time you go for like a button, you gotta
Explain it, yeah.
wait.
Mhm.
Time to try.
Yeah.
Everyone got it figured out. Okay, it's off.
All right, so the first tool we're going to use is the Create Polygon tool, which is the far one on the left. So what we're going to do first is make the basic flat part of the blade. We're going to make the blade separate from the handle because it's easier that way. So what we're going to do is use the Create Polygon tool to create the silhouette of just this kind of like golden brass piece, I guess. So just follow the silhouette of that and try to use as not that many vertexes because you don't need that many for this.
So follow the curve.
Yeah, you don't need like every little detail on the curve.
Some people have a lot more complicated.
Unless it's like really complicated, then yeah, you'll have to do a lot more. But
Just escape and most of the so like,
make sure that the blade goes into the handle a little bit just so it doesn't clip too much when you merge them together.
So what we're doing is, you see this, okay, so the flat part for people is different.
Yeah, it's hard to explain
So
what it
for
is.
you, you've got this flat part here that's kind of like this, and then we're gonna extrude it later to get this edge. So what you want to do is probably I would start at the top, because it gets a little bit more complicated down here, and just get the basic edge silhouette by creating the polygons around it. So I put a point there at the top. And you're just going to be only moving in this direction.
Oh yeah, and if you can't see through it, hit this button up here. It's the X-ray mode. You can see through faces. So you can see the image behind it if it's covering something up. It's right. It's the third one from the left. Third one from the right.
So this is probably triangle. So you created that, so then that's good. So you want to keep going. So just keep going. Trying to make big shapes. Okay, so the problem with that was it depends on where you put the polygons. So you place one there, so you want to put one there. Yeah. Because you just place one. Create polygon is weird, Sam.
That's easier.
Yeah, well, the problem we're having is it's creating weird. Yeah, actually, you don't have to. But watch this. So do the same thing you just did. So I figured the top should be a triangle. Each person's got a different one. So it's-
Yeah, I don't do all the separate shapes first. I just make one giant thing and then cut it later.
Oh, okay.
That's a lot easier that way.
Okay.
Yeah, just make a whole shape without worrying about.
Yeah, don't worry about the colors.
Just outline it. Yeah, just outline it right now.
Yeah, don't try and put like tris and quads yet.
No, go a little shape. Just follow the general curve of it. You want to be as close to the edge. Yeah, so just follow that. So basically just get that.
And if your sword has a handle, make sure that the
No, don't worry.
edge goes into the handle a little.
It's showing that red. If we go to wire, we'll get rid of that.
What are you talking about?
We probably want to go to wire.
What red? Yeah, you can turn on,
Yeah, delete it. How does that happen? That one just keeps popping up.
yeah, it's weird.
Okay, so we're gonna go to wireframe mode.
You can either go to wireframe or use that, right? Either way works.
Okay, so now we're in wireframe. So we'll have, so it's not gonna have those gray faces when you make it. It's just gonna be. So we go back to
Yeah, you can either use X-ray or turn on wireframe if you don't want to see the faces.
Yeah, that's just the edge. drag down. Yeah, where you can smooth that out later. Yeah, if you make a mistake while you're doing this, you can add edges later.
Yeah.
Don't worry too much about it. And so, yeah, once we get this general face down, we're gonna
Extrude it and then put stuff.
We're gonna extrude it down. So I go around that. Just get your dark right.
How's everybody doing?
We're gone.
And if your sword thing doesn't have a flat part, you can do the entire part, I guess.
Do the entire sword.
Yeah.
Yours is one. I'd almost just. Almost not like that thing for hers. Yeah, because yours doesn't have that much dimension to it.
Yeah, you'll have to. Yeah, it's harder if it doesn't have that much dimension to it.
Enter. And I would actually select those last two vertices. Yeah, so right there. On the edge and pull down and they'll go to vertex. And then drag select the two of them, just the tip. Because we're gonna merge those. Let me show you. And then go to the merge vertex tool, which is that. So it goes to, yeah. So yeah, you can move it if you want. Just select it and then go to the move tool. That's the The reason that we're in this view is so that you don't accidentally go into perspective, so you don't want to move it like this. So yeah, she's got her out.
Okay.
For this girl, I'm just like, she's doing one of the. Yeah, I might have to switch her concept. Just because she's doing that one, I don't quite know.
Okay, yeah. You would have to do the handle in it, I think. With one giant piece. So,
That's really thin. Let's get her to wire line though.
yeah, yeah.
Which one? What's the hockey first?
I don't know, I just usually push that button. Third one's from the,
Third one.
but it has to be on, I don't see it, so.
Let's escape out. We'll just press escape.
Okay, you can start.
So we'll just put your wireframe up there.
Yeah.
Let's go to,
There's a hot
Four.
What's that?
the one next to the T. Yeah. Okay, so now when you place vertexes, you're not gonna see that giant red thing. It's only just gonna be the edges. So go back to use your create polygon tool and outline, I would start there, outline up.
Use view as you. Because the more vertexes you put, the more
Complicated.
more work it's gonna be.
I mean, we could always delete them later.
Yeah, because mine only has like, I don't know, 10. That's it.
You can always delete edges later if you don't need them too.
And this is gonna be recorded, so if you wanna watch it later to fix it. Or try to. Don't worry too much about the shape of this one, as long as it follows that basic.
And make sure you save it as a file before you do anything. 'Cause
Uh,
we didn't save it.
Oh, yeah. I'll save. I'll save. So, okay. Yeah, everyone should save it right now, after you're done. Just name it. And then solve it or whatever you want. Great plugins kind of new tool.
Yeah,
It's fun. It's interesting. I usually use plugins.
used it, but I don't know, straight my mind's like, well.
Well, they just added the create plugin.
Okay, so it's
Yeah, it's kind of newer. So Sarit's starting to use it, but
It's a lot easier.
it's a lot easier than
Yeah.
generating.
It's kind of like the curve tool.
Yeah.
See my house.
Are you done selecting it? So you reached like the edge. This there. That'll do it. Did you put 2 points down there by chance? So like, did you tap that twice so you get the first one at the end? You did, because there's probably 2 there. Okay, so go to right click on the edge. And hold it down and then put a vertex. And then drag select over those. So there's probably 2 there, so just drag like that. And then go to the merge vertex tool. Okay, so now that's a point, because there's 2 there. So now it's a 146 there. Cool, so now you've got the outline for your sword done, basically. You're gonna be interesting to do. That's gonna be, I feel like we should switch concepts for you. Just because. Yeah.
I can put the image on Google Drive if you want to do this one or.
Just we'll wait for it.
Okay.
Or if you want to do, yeah, do the one. Or you can do that axe. The sword's probably the easiest thing. You should have decided to do the same thing, but that's boring.
Oh,
Install Blender on this computer, or does it have it already?
Install it.
I'm making that. I think I'm getting a bunch of notifications.
yeah.
I can install my phone.
Yeah, you have 4. Okay, so next we're gonna extrude to make the rest of the blade out of this shape. So right click and choose edges. And then drag select and choose every edge except for the one that's inside the hilt. And then go to hit the extrude and then ignore that thing because it's dumb. And then do uniform scale for now and then just kind of scale it out so they're not overlapping because we're going to move all the vertexes around anyway. And then once you have that, just align all the vertexes with the picture. Oop, I hit a button.
And then try to only select the ones that have this blade coming out of it.
And try and line it up with the silhouette, but we might have to add more edges at some point.
I would basically select everything except for these three. And then if you hold that shift, yeah, I would go. Yeah, I would start up here. Just go. You can hold like these shift. Select all these. And then if you hold that all, you can actually deselect some. Deselect, I would deselect some of these.
You can right click and then you can drag select all the edges that you want. So are you doing the same one as me or?
So we don't have to make it match, just go ahead.
I would go here.
So you can each of them is like, so you can, okay, you can, let's say you right click and do,
And I would scale out.
and then you can make vertices and move them so they match. Right now, you can go to edge now, or you
I
can,
can,
and then go there, drag select, like just drag, click, like pull down one, drag, drag. You can drag.
we're gonna have to,
all those.
yeah, then we have to move them. So
Probably, and you don't need the ones that,
just do that.
so like,
Just to start.
divide up,
And
yeah, that
what
one.
we're gonna have to do is just manipulate them later.
Only the ones that have, should be out.
Well, what it's doing is extruding all these edges outward. So you've got, so you have that edge there, and then you'll just have to move these vertices individually, so they line up with that.
Because you want to do all that just.
So yeah, so do that for center.
So now drag select, and
I would do
you don't have all, you only have those select.
then I'm gonna
Or just select, sorry, click.
projects. And then I would try to zoom in probably, and then
Try
try to
to
manipulate those outside edges to line up with the shape.
And then just move the vertexes around for now. We're gonna have to add more edges to make it more like the silhouette, but I'll wait for people to catch up.
Yeah, you kind of want to figure out where the edges, the polygons are coming out of. So like this one is going to that, so you want to grab that. And then
That one's
I
gonna
would
be.
use drag select.
Sounds interesting.
So yeah, try to line things up so that it's kind of a straight line coming from that. Yeah, so like that. Just line, just go poly, vertex per vertex.
And we're definitely gonna have to add more edges to this, so it
Do that.
Matches more.
Kind of a big step. Yeah, I would start on the outside edge. That's a little bit easier to see. Yeah, like that one, I think. Just because, yeah, it's less messy. Also, if you want, we can actually make this, the image plane graph control the same. Okay, so you see this one?
So you don't want
Go
to
to your
start with
vertex.
extrude again by mistake.
So right click on the edge.
Q is
Click
you
vertex.
click extrude.
If I grab that one,
This way you're sure that you're not clicking
How would
again.
you
Extruded again by mistake. Yeah, that is really upwards.
Drag up.
Nope, that's really bad. That's a really good
Try
way
to
to get a headache. Trying to sort of things out.
and then you just move, so
And then you
Do you know how big I get the shed in there?
I would say down there. So this is like show that. See? And we're definitely gonna add another one. But yeah, so that's basically that.
Yeah, and then go to my
So you want to do that with everything. So that's right there. That's gonna have a bunch of
and then go back to your files and start writing. There it is.
using.
They didn't add, do you know how to add the
What I'm
shelf?
gonna do is,
But don't.
You're gonna need to delete it, like this.
yeah, it's there.
And then go down to this, and then you click shift,
But that's, see, you wanna make sure that.
or sorry, control shift, and then click it.
Oh, you did it.
And see it adds to your shelf, so that's how you can make your
So
own
what,
shelves.
that
So
creates
it's
a lot
really
of
useful,
extra
like,
edges because you're.
this is probably a lot of
Let's
like.
say you shoot that one and you shoot this
I
one.
mean, today too,
You're gonna
I like,
have your separation of something else.
yeah.
So I shoot that.
So
where was this extra
version? Probably in this guy.
You have this up here. You want that.
That
So
was
you use these
where,
like.
like in here, you mean, is it?
Yeah. That on.
Originally,
It's under mesh tools.
mesh tools, okay, so this one, create one.
You want to select that. And then what you do is.
But that's how you do it, try to move as many as you can up together, but never overlap.
Do you know how to catch up or?
And then you move this guy.
I will try to leave that, so we don't want something like that.
Stuff like that.
So you've got all these edges selected, and then you can extrude them all.
Do I know?
So you've got all these vertices.
So,
Line up. That one will go.
just, you don't see that like red base.
Probably put another edge here. Then you can add that.
So you're just gonna wanna click, just gonna
So that's
make
the
the
general
shape.
idea, and you want to kind of keep the
So you're gonna make the
lines
shape
going
like
in
this
the general
actually
direction, that way you don't have something weird like that.
first,
So you want to go through
then inside.
and line things up, we probably have to add some more geometry.
You just click, yeah,
Question, Colby.
yeah.
Huh?
Do you want to add the like chips in it or not?
There you go, just says like the inside.
What?
Do you want to add like the chips in it or not?
I'll just do, well, just the general shapes, I can do that later, like that one.
Yeah.
That's-
You're gonna tweak
Okay,
this.
I was just making sure.
But they're small.
And you can just hit enter and it'll finish that dotted line is how it should be, how to finish it.
So try moving these outside edges
Um,
to line up with.
See how ordinary vertex is, it's like trying to tweak it, so if it's a little bit. Yeah, so, do you know how to get like vertices for your
Oh, gosh, okay, so
Or does that
what you
have-
should do is line up. So look at that, and then see where that's going, and drag that and grab it out. And try dragging.
And then what you did next to make
Drag
the
side
round
side.
shape is he
So
extruded.
drag that and just move it. It might be easier if you start by just moving everything out. You don't have to line it up,
You don't want to
just
grab
so
all the
things are not
edges.
going crazy. And then I would just drag everything that doesn't look like what you originally had outward.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Just to kind of figure out where things are
Yeah,
going.
so then you want to grab all your edges with this back one,
Yeah.
all over that one, so yeah. And then you're gonna extrude, which is this. And so you know we're gonna have which one is
That,
that, and then uniformly scale it out a little bit, and then,
and then you won't have any there. So that one there, I would say.
yeah, and then with
Yeah,
the.
you can always add more geometry later.
Go out, and then you're gonna tweak. It looks funny, but that's okay, because you're just going to the top in, you're just
Yeah,
gonna.
you got that.
Highlight
It
it,
always helps me to just find
so
what's
it's
going
less
on.
confusing.
Or you work on two.
Yes. I would try something, and my MacBook does not have a video card, so.
That's kind of a problem.
When it comes close and then
Yeah,
it's far out.
You want to teach it. what you have to do is really quick. So hit the scissors guy, and then hit right onto that edge there. And then hit there, and hit enter. And you've got another vertex you clear on.
Should I go over that now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So if you have like the basic shape down like this, you can use the, what's it called? The multi-cut tool, that's what it's called. You use the multi-cut tool to turn these into quads, and then you can use the vertex to add more detail in from that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just go across like this with these probably. And that should work. Then I'll have to do something down here weird, but figure that out when I get down there. And you don't have to click on every edge to put a vertex. You can click on the edge that you want it to be on, and it'll put one automatically there. And you just hit enter whenever you want to add it.
It's coming.
We're probably going to have a triangle at the end because there's pretty much no way to put a quad there. That's fine. Now this part will be
That's supposed to be. Now, that's a 6 word. Yeah. Yeah, it really gets easier over time. You're starting to get the general gist of it. And so you need to know how to add more geometry probably. So find the area that you need a little bit more geometry. So there. Okay. So yeah, and down. Okay, so what we're gonna do with this one is, I would say, add a edge here. That way you can move that there. That'll be fine. So what I would do is go to the multi-cut tool. So the scissors, and then select right there. Just click in the middle. And then down there. Then press enter. And now what you need to do is back up here. And then click on the vertex. And then you need to get to new tools. Yeah. Then move that, I would say here. So that's going to move around because it's, the blade's kind of weird. It goes, yeah. So I would do, I might need your expertise.
yeah. I'm gonna explain something real quick though. It's like if you have edges that you don't need, like I don't really need these two edge loops right here because they're not really defining anything in the detail of the sword. So I can just either hit Control Delete to get rid of them, or hit the Delete Edge Vertex button up here. And what do you need?
No blade is weird, so I can figure out what to do with the geometry. It looks like the black is the flat part, but this also looks flat. So I'm wondering if you should just,
Yeah, that's the fun.
so line up with that.
Yeah, line up.
Okay. And then actually, what we're going to do is move that up. Yeah, because this is going to be the edge. This is that way. So, yeah, just move that over here somewhere. Maybe like this one.
Then this part of the hilt is gonna be part of it. Like that metal part.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be right now. You can either, or you can make that separate and just put it there too. I think
Now I'm like, right.
This might be easier.
That one, yeah, right here is fine. But that, grab that.
And if you have like, if you have like these triangle things, these triangle things, we're gonna have those separately, so more of those for now.
That one,
So should I do it around this or?
actually here.
Yeah, do it around that part, just ignore the vertex.
If the concept you have has like these spikes on it in the actual blade part, just ignore them for now and go around them because we're going to add them later.
Okay, so to add geometry to this. Yeah, I would actually make this easier on yourself. Like it should. We want to get that.
Okay, so yeah, I would just make this a single edge there.
So you can actually use the verb.
Yeah.
This is a flat.
Yeah.
You don't need it to look at it, but
Well,
That's kind of weird about it.
It might just go straight up in your face.
Yeah, put that one like here, there. And then just hit this edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, right
So
click.
you have to switch to your edge.
Yeah, right click and go to the,
That's the biggest thing people have trouble with,
Yeah.
is switching between the tools.
hold it down. There you go. Edge. And then select that one. And then hit the extrude.
Guys.
Just the.
this is doing some really weird things. Like it's hiding that.
And then hit W. It's not with the tool.
Yeah.
It's okay with the edge.
Like that thing is the kind
Yeah. And then just use that right
of, and it looked like it was in.
like right click, hold it down, sort of, or
How do I actually see?
You.
Is it like this?
Okay.
What's going on?
And then, yeah. Then I would just,
So what was happening this week?
actually, just put that one like there.
Oh, yeah. you-
Yeah, you do this.
And then take that one.
Oh, I see what's happening.
Put it in the
Use that contractive tool thingy. It's like.
That's scissors and then use the multi-cut.
Right.
And it's like,
that. Click on here.
I think that's help now.
I was gonna make you put another shape, but.
Oh, that's another one?
Sorry.
Might want to add that link there, just because it's gonna hit.
Hold down. So let's say you have one shape right now.
I mean,
Then
Because they didn't have like two.
Well, no, it's not necessary. If you pick one,
That's
that's
like
like
more of it, so we'll just stick.
But it's better if it's
Done it first, and then you can add it on. That's a little easier too.
Yeah, every edge here should have some how
Should
edge
work.
to set apart.
So you're having it
Just
just
because otherwise it's not triangles and quads, it's
It
very
don't.
weird surfaces that it doesn't know how to use. Ooh, that, no, it has. Just do one line, because otherwise if you have two edges that are flat, you have to merge them after, and it becomes a mess. So don't go over an edge that you already have with that. It's just gonna create another edge that overlaps it perfectly, and you don't wanna do that.
I did that
I would
once
select.
before.
Ouch.
It's just doing its weird stuff.
Like, why does it show? It's like,
I know, right?
And
It
then
should
select
show up.
the.
So you might not run into troubles,
Yeah,
but
then just
chances are that you
those.
will. So if
I don't know.
we start
I mean,
start
the
happening,
vertex-
remember that you might have overlapping edges.
Okay, which day?
Maybe I'll delete it.
Like, does
Yeah,
that mean?
after I had it.
You wouldn't
Yeah.
use these guys.
And then
A lot of times I delete something and the edges instead of protect. So you'll get.
Yeah, actually put it on.
No, what I would do if I were you is map these guys.
I love that. It could have, it could be a function of, but ignore this X-ray.
So let's turn X-ray on.
Would there be like?
Maybe, yeah, you might rather just do that.
Yeah. Leave that one there, I think.
Yeah, get rid of this thing. Very good.
Then.
Right click on it and do edges. Yeah, select them and then shift right click. Sorry, hold on, right click. Shift and
Maybe.
quick.
Here.
Shift and hold on, right click.
Distract something.
Do that. So you might even want to put this over out.
Yeah, Sam, I don't get this. It's like the edges not showing up.
Yeah, so I'll move this one.
What is it?
Like for that, the edge.
Okay. W?
Is it clipping everything?
No.
How big is it?
You may want to match this, it's sleeper, you know, but
Just
just
the.
It must be some weird.
Just save, try to save it.
Could be X-ray. Yeah.
Do that.
so this is, you see how this is an upper line? You might have to insert again.
There's actually.
So match it to this brighter area, not to the darker area.
Sometimes my,
There's 2 points. There's 2 vertices, you might want to match it to.
Go to head.
Yeah, no, well, actually,
it's
this is outer one, that's the top. The outer, and then
Move that out of there.
this girl is lying here on this side.
Let me- Okay.
Okay. So now let's hit the Q again and go to vertices. And move the vertices to match. So this guy goes here,
We'll just not call the concept.
or whatever is the top guy goes here. And sorry, this guy goes there. Well, that guy should be this. So got it. This side goes here. This goes to that. That goes underneath, so he just match them. And that will delete whatever it's extra. Right.
Yeah, and what we'll do is this will be the end of this. Because it's still kind of.
Wait, let me help you with that. I can do it faster right now. So we don't need this to go. Honest, go. And, no, remember, control delete, yeah, remember, delete that. Oh, no. And red, select that guy. And this guy.
Is this the one?
And just select that guy too.
Yeah, eventually go ahead and back in. So this is the flat, this is everything that's flat here. And so we're gonna need some more down here.
Okay. Yeah, just do the, this guy, actually, yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of those actually.
Shift right clicks. Shift and hold on right click. Right. Merge vertices, merge whatever you want. There we go. So now you only have one.
So that way this actually gets depth to it too, right? So your base guy has depth. And then
Yes,
all this is
that's,
gonna have depth to it.
it's tricky, that's why it needs to be done almost, and it's nonsense, I know, but you need to find a way to make it make sense or you lose your mind. Yeah. So you need to, this guy is actually just going to hit it like here. Yeah. Yeah. So we're clean up line, right?
So we'll just
And you
ignore
can
that.
fix it and just remove stuff. And
Put
it's
a
not
sphere
necessarily
here.
like find ways to connect things together, but you have to try and be coherent with what's flat and with what's down at an angle.
And then so we'll just start, so you can just make this kind of arbitrary here, because there'll just be a sphere on top of it, just sitting in the middle, and nugget. Okay, so that's pretty much that. So you've got everything built. So you should be most of it today, except for he connected his.
Yeah, now you have to go through and make quads out of everything, or triangles, whichever works.
So let's start at the top. So pan up to the top again. There's a triangle. Yes. Sorry. I think we should diffuse it.
Yeah, you can make the,
Okay, so yeah, what you're gonna wanna do is go use the, not the step extruding things. Use that tool, and then select on each edge. We'll go start at the top, so you got a triangle at the top essentially. So basically what you're doing is connecting everything over.
Yeah.
Like that. Well, then make one
you just
actually.
go down there.
No, that's not, keep it quicker. So just hit that, and then finish it at the edge. And the first time. And so you want to do that so that everything goes across. And then when you get to the bottom, let me know. It's gonna be,
Sometimes the tip is weird, and you have to have triangles.
yeah, the tip will have triangles probably. Because they'll tell you that triangles are an issue, but not in games.
Only if you're animating.
Only if you're animating, because triangles kind of animate funky. But we're not gonna animate swords, unless you wanna make it do this.
It's beautiful.
Well, there's one sword in there that's got like a dragon, and then the dragon's mouth opens, so that one would have cool animations, but you would still have to worry about triangles with that.
Because you're not deforming it.
You're not deforming it.
Should I go over those triangle things that people have in their sword, like she does,
I think there's,
like these things?
oh,
How does those, like those two?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, those will be separate.
Yeah, they're separate. So you have to have the topology ready for it.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Hunter message me.
Hunter. Keep watching.
How much are lab fees for an animation class? I don't know.
yeah, so you might just want to put it in actually.
Do what?
It's, yeah, you can probably do it.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be some matter.
Yeah, you want to do it now. So, you need to line them up so they're like in the middle of those. You don't have to do that one, just those, yeah. And actually, you can actually
can do this guy and add from here to there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do some, actually, make, like go there to there,
Yeah, I mean,
Not
I think
to
you
the
might
end,
need
so
some.
just there, yeah, you just there.
Yeah, just like,
but on that, then you can edge.
you'll change those words. And then if you ever think you don't need something to do that on, you just want to get some.
Then you can obviously all.
Bottom,
You need
is
to.
okay. So, let's see, here, let me double check.
Yeah, you don't do it like that.
It's gonna be cool though.
Let's basically just do that kind of thing for all of them.
How should I do them?
All yours is different.
It's gonna be.
Because at this point, this guy should be up there, not even touching it for sure.
Just how I have.
It shouldn't even be like, this line is not gonna close out to that side.
Sometimes you'll knock
Stuff
something
like
like
that.
that.
Yeah, it's much to
Make
make
it
fun, basically.
polygon.
I would just make these separate things, like just make them,
Each one's done.
Yeah.
This whole section.
yeah, just do it and change it a little.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes I just add triangles to make it easier. Yes. Yes, no, maybe so. Yes. Okay, go to this. Button far left.
6.
So which ones? Can you move this one so I can start? Like that. Go up.
I don't know if we necessarily need that right now. Just because you'll be able to add in beyond this paint, and you can actually just paint.
Yeah.
Like, so this still has.
Move the image point back.
You can make it simpler just by.
Yeah, go to object mode.
It should.
You just hit delete and drag select the image.
Actually, it's not that.
Rotate, move it like back. Rotate the view. Oh, actually, yeah, just move it back with the blue arrow, so it's out of the way. I can actually see it, it'll be lined up still.
After this, it's just.
Okay, good. Yeah, you have like overlapping there. Okay, go back to the front view.
It's not a tool.
So go to the middle mark right here. Go to shading.
Yeah.
Do.
Five.
Yeah, do.
Go this one.
So these are. Go to vertex. I would just delete these faces and start over to this. So it's like
Okay.
twisted. So just like go to face mode.
Okay, so he hasn't done anything more further, so we are caught up.
Yeah, like that.
So next, we're just gonna kind of add depth to it. So Sam's got some stuff.
Can you help? He has like overlapping stuff. No, like it's like twisted, so it's like. Oh. Probably easier to see.
Well, when he did this extruded, so he just needs to select that.
Yeah, you need to make them go out so they're not overlapping, or like twisted, so they're almost back to this.
Let me undo it before you extrude it. Unless you.
Does anyone else have like teeth on their thing?
So you can move, you've got some things you're sort of interesting because it doesn't actually have.
I just moved that vertex.
isn't actually. Yeah.
Actually, it's probably. Make a loop there,
Yes.
with the multi-cut. Yeah, hold control there.
So yeah, you just use how to line up. So this is your inside.
Now you can move
So
that.
you just kind of flip it. You gotta figure out because you accidentally moved the wrong vertexes because they under the extrusion tab.
Yeah, point.
A lot of things you're not gonna
Now,
come here.
go back to
This
the
blade only starts here.
And
I would actually
click on this one.
delete these.
On that one. Enter. And then let's kind of separate it over there.
Because the blade only,
Yeah, that all that's over here.
and that's actually, we're gonna do.
Yes, on that too. Then connect it to that.
Yeah, just.
Then this will be something different. But go to go to this. Go to the toggle there.
And this is what's happening here is the same.
And then take that one, click on it, hold it down. Oh, that worked. It did it. It's fine. Okay, we can get out of there. So it's fine. Then just line it up.
Where it's hard to tell. Oh, how's it? Thank you. It's hard to tell with X-ray where the overlap is.
Yeah. It was something up here.
Yeah, I fixed that already.
Okay.
I'm just kind of going around. Because he had a lot of faces that he didn't need from this. And this should probably be a triangle. Yeah, you can see, you can just merge those together. It's just going. Because you're gonna be basically moving the blade downward to get the depth of the blade cut eventually. So what you want to do is just line it. That one might be, well, who knows? Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
Right, wherever it's dark, this dark gray is what you're doing. So I would add, if you know how to, more cuts to just make the seam. And because everything else looks like it's going, like up here you've got overlapping, because it's darker. So you went the light gray, it's darker, like that is overlapping. So when you go to this, you've got a nice little edge that you can eventually put this down.
Does everybody,
So everybody got the blade basically.
So that's, but then here you've got extra faces. So just focus on cleaning that up, but we're getting close to the end.
I think she's hard to tell.
He came in late, but he's catching up.
Yeah, he's almost there. Yeah. But he'll take care of it.
It was fast. It was just, what happened is you probably screwed it twice, in this case, or something like that. And you just had two legends overlapping, and it screwed that. And
should I add this spike into the blade, do you think?
I would say it's part of the hilt.
Because it's kind of connected there.
I would put it part of the hilt
Yeah, yeah, okay.
because the other one's a part of the hilt.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Someone messaged you.
yeah, that's Hunter.
I
You could turn the volume off.
can mute it.
We might want to have some more.
Then we want to actually show her how to clean that up. I don't think she needs all those edges.
Oh, yeah, you don't need all those.
Show her. Because you know what, she's kind of freaking out, this is complicated.
Okay.
So like, we could simplify it.
Yeah, mostly bread.
I'll order pizza. How many pizzas?
One pizza.
One?
Well, I would.
Just for him? Just for
Yes.
you?
One full, no, I'm just
One
saying.
cheese
How many
pizza.
people work here? 10-ish.
10-ish? How many pizzas? Maybe 3 pizzas.
I guess.
Sure. Toppings, what's toppings? What toppings? Cheese,
I'm just
No
gonna
cheese,
choose.
just left beef.
left beef, just left beef.
Just left beef. Okay.
Barbecue pizza?
You get barbecue sauce in the bag, chicken and bacon on that.
I'm not talking to you to get barbecue. I will stop talking to you.
She wants
I'm
barbecue
kidding,
pizza.
I'm kidding.
I'm gonna go with cheese pizza because I'm not. This club doesn't have. It's okay. We'll get a pepperoni and cheese. Third pizza. We can make the third pizza. Barbecue pizza.
I was kidding.
Oh, you were kidding?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Sausage? Meats? Good meats. It's not expensive. It's just sausage.
Hey, you gotta check this. So,
What did you do? Sam?
what?
No, never mind. Well, tell her after. It's just like-
Okay, I'll. Just go.
Mountain Dew. And.
Oh, okay, so
Dr. Zyko.
not make it, so there's two that are really close together that don't really change.
Yeah.
And you don't really like this one.
No.
That is terrible.
All right. 3 pizzas and 2 layers.
But like, you can these, like, you know, like that. And so like these, you can just
Hopefully the painting won't take too long.
oh, I mean,
Yeah, square brushes are the best.
Well, I wouldn't do that now, because you want to see what we're gonna do next. So I know we want to go ahead, but you can adjust it later in many ways in some selection tool, for instance. So you don't want straight edge, and you just want all of this to be curved, you can just select the edge and decide to go like this, or you can do this. See this edge? You can just grab it.
Okay, pizza's last way.
Edge. Yes.
I get so many Papa John's points from pizza.
The remains track,
I had,
but it's okay. Makes sense. Right, so this is that, the end of it, but it makes it manual. There's a lot of things you can do, so just, it depends what you want to do. Because if you start moving just little birds there, then you have a wobbly board, which, like, it will have an indent on the sides, profile and stuff like that. You want to keep that line as straight as possible.
Okay. I think what we'll probably do
And then we'll add
is once you're done,
stuff.
we'll just make it a little piece to put in there. And little crystal. Little air. I like that concept. It'll be easy to paint too.
Hello.
Cool. So how's everyone doing? I would feel pretty confident with their sword blades. Yeah. We do that. We try to not overcomplicate the depth later. So we just make the whole thing flat. Yeah, basically. Except for the handle. I mean, if you're me, I'll do it just because I know how to do it in the future. I'm not gonna mess it up, but it's easier when it's all the same. All right, so we're gonna start doing the hilt, and this is gonna be new geometry, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna use cubes, or cylinders that are square. Same thing.
Hers, we'll probably just do the same thing.
Yeah.
That's gonna be just, why don't we do that later? Why don't we just make the blade and then stick a cube in?
What are you talking about?
That's what I do, is I make the blade done, and then I'll model in 3D perspective.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna pull this out so it's 3D.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we were.
Because this whole thing is gonna be 3D basically.
Okay.
Should I'll make the spikes last.
Yeah, I would do this.
So is this muted? No. Okay. So select all the faces that are not the curved part, I guess is the way to explain it.
The flat part.
Flat part, I guess. And how thick you want it to be is really dependent on which one you're doing, I guess. Just throw it away.
People select.
Oh, I can't see what they're doing. I can't see what they're doing.
Just right click and then do faces.
Yeah.
And then select all the faces that are flat.
Yeah.
You can actually just slip the shape like.
And it's really up to personal preference how chunky you want it to be. That's pretty good, I guess. Yeah, I know. It's fine. You have to.
So go to perspective. And switch over perspective. Then we'll have better faces selected. Just flat ones that are not going to be. This is all round, so that's going to be just a circle. You might want to add more geometry to smooth.
Yeah.
But you could treat it like a cube thing first.
All right.
You're ready. Okay. I see. So what you did was you accidentally changed the panel. So when you go to panels. See, I would select it in here first. So let's switch over to your base selections, right? And select all of these ones. And do that shift. Okay, so you've got the flat ones selected. All right, yeah. That's just a select, and then you go there. You're working upside down. Just the concept is upside down.
Huh?
I just realized the concept is upside down.
Yeah, that's your fault, but it's fine.
I don't know about that.
I don't know, man.
I didn't know this until now.
Until now.
Okay, so you're caught up.
Is
So what we're gonna do is move this way.
everything else so it has a.
So which are we doing? So W. And then using the blue selection, just move it out.
Oh, that's fine. So you see these darker things, that means that it's overlapping itself. So what actually happens is, when you pour out the wrong problems, or you have that.
Yeah. Then for those.
I'm gonna select this. Choose points in one place.
Yeah, sure, it's on there. Yeah. Go back to.
I'm just going to give it.
Oh,
drag
yeah,
selecting,
yeah,
so
yeah,
it's
yeah.
select.
Just select the thing first.
You can merge them so that they don't have overlapping.
So.
So, red.
Because you have two vertices in the
I
same
would just be
location.
short text.
Okay,
So.
W, and this, the blue one, drag it this way.
Just because something's the
Just get it out of
extrusion
it. It's not-
messed up. Something.
Now you want to select.
But it's pretty easy to fix.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm just marking the ball in the center.
But I think here is intentional.
Okay.
So it's not rotate, rotate is that one, right?
We can also do that.
So
So yeah, if you want to
Yeah,
perspective,
that's not intentional.
We can do some cleanup.
just good.
Do you mind if I just take control for a second? Just to see.
Something happened with their normals. Is there a way to just,
It's just because it's flat, once you do some controls, you can put it there. Okay.
Okay,
Let's go next, right?
it's just consistent. I think it has some sort of.
Is it okay if I move a little bit?
Overlaps in each other.
So we go to the top. It'll snap to vertexes, you can just drag it out and it'll snap to the same. Place. So like. Then. this one must go out.
Oh,
I'm going to snap it.
I mean, it just doesn't
Hold
bolt
this.
Yeah, I know, but it's a line stuff like that.
probably better times. If you're doing WoW stuff, they never line everything up.
Yeah.
And they always give it a little bit of character.
Oh, it should be a face.
It's like in time.
Yeah, I'm really confused with this one, Sam.
You can help her. That is weird. Yeah, like are all the like, random ones first? I don't know. Try that.
Yeah, so you can just
Well, you want to
set everything on that. Yeah, you just want to adjust those. So
Wait on the angle that is overlap.
that one I think is lower, because if you look at the constant,
Yeah.
that's actually lower on that, so people just lower it. Yeah, that's pretty good, I think it'll lower it a tiny bit more.
Yeah, that's first.
I did, and it didn't do it.
Oh, did it now?
Okay. That was good. Okay, so we have not done
The curly cube.
curly key yet, so yeah, just like curly here. So,
Man,
Pause it right here.
how it go?
Oh, that's something. Really bad stuff.
Looks like edges and connectors.
Oh.
yeah.
Go back to.
I think we just need to delete a few of these.
You know what I'm gonna do? Just undo really good. I think we're gonna make that curly key more easy.
That's good. That's good.
Well, I'm gonna do is go in here. Because you've got all these things, you know. We're gonna simplify this even further. Just to.
You don't have to match it exactly.
Oh, that's it. Maybe we don't do
You want to get rid
So that's. Getting
Let's see it.
Your family's in it.
Okay. Not too terrible.
Just because they're trying to get to level this, that's kind of awkward, that's not.
So it's just the left side.
That's thick, so I think we actually need.
So you just need that.
What is it?
I don't know if it's supposed to be there.
But now get rid of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I'll close some of these windows.
Hunter sent you a message, by the way.
Yeah, you don't want, four, you're allowed to have 4-sided and 3-sided. Nothing else. I mean, it'll create, yeah, well, what it's gonna do is, it'll triangulate, turn it into triangles, but
I'll
it's
put it
going
in.
to be able to what's gonna happen in that, so it can go again, any of them.
Oh, which is correct.
Hopefully I'll just say,
No, you're right.
I'm gonna file it. That should be in the folder. You haven't seen it.
Sometimes, okay.
Hold on, let's see. Where do auto save?
It's like,
It's just a weird folder.
yeah.
I'll look real quick because I have it on.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna do the create polygon tool to create the handle also. So I'm gonna go like through the middle of it all the way around and line it up with the ends of the spikes first.
Oh, because you have multiple vertices. Okay. So, yeah, so I'm gonna teach you how to do this. So you're really in vertex mode. So what you want to do is drag over that so you get some both of them. And then you want to hit that vertex.
And delete that.
So
It's not the easiest.
how do you do the last action? You just
Actually, do it this way. I'm actually going to do it by creating a cylinder because it's easier that way. So you can go to create polygon primitives. Make sure you turn off the interactive creation function because that's just annoying. And just hit cylinder and you'll get a cylinder here. And then we're going to go over to the channel box on the right and hit the thing called polycylinder 1 or whatever under inputs. And I'm going to change the subdivision axis from 20 to 4. And then I'm going to line this generally up with the hilt part here. You can rotate it to line it up first. Just the first edge. And then this is going to be interesting. And then you have to go to the perspective view. Select these 4 faces here. Then you can go back to front view. Then we're just going to extrude it till it goes all the way around in a circle. And you can, I would recommend using the move tool instead of the actual extrude move tool because sometimes that can get confusing. So just move it and rotate the edge like this. And if you accidentally deselect the faces, you have to go back into perspective mode and reselect them. And make sure you're doing this in front view so you don't move it in 3D space yet. So you don't get warpage, if that's a word. I just made it up. And we're going to have to come back and move all these vertices around after we place them so we can get the spikes in, right? And we're going to ignore the actual like part that you hold on to for now. We're going to do that separately than the loop.
Yeah, I would go ahead and move all those squares around.
Make sure you, when you select the vertexes to move, make sure you drag select them so you get both of them on each side. Otherwise, it won't line up correctly.
Yeah. You don't want to extrude yourself.
Actually, to make it easier, I'm just going to delete half of it. So go to top view, go to face mode, and just drag select all the faces on one side and just delete them for now because we can just mirror them back over later.
Yeah, you did.
So you don't have to worry about the other side being lined up with this one right now.
Everything you have to do is. So that's only these spaces. This dark here. Go back to perspective view. Yeah. And tilt it. Hit the button. Yeah. And move the blue thing. This way you can get it.
Yeah. Sometimes.
And then we can.
Right.
Oh, trust me.
Sam, are you using the crate all stuff?
That's why. It's, yeah, we will get through that.
So what he's doing is he's
Take
going
it really
around
quick.
making. So he's doing the same thing we did with this. So he's outlining the shape of this.
And I used a cylinder and made it four-sided and then deleted half of it. If that makes sense. So it's actually in 3D right now.
Yeah, fancy shit.
But I can explain that again if you want.
Yeah.
So like if you have you go to create polygons and make sure you turn off this option because it's annoying. And then just hit cylinder and you'll get a cylinder randomly somewhere. You can move it if you want. And then you go to where it says inputs. You click this option. Then you can change it to how many sides you want. And I did 4. And then to get half of it, you just change to face mode and drag select one side and just delete it. Was that too fast?
We should have just done the great polygon tool for everything.
Yeah, it's more messy with the polygon to do loops.
She's doing okay.
If you do a full circle, it makes a circle shape. It's less work.
Yes. So you can say that and that we use to create the story. And then we're just going to have loops. No, all that's safe. So you're not going to touch the circle. So we're just, basically there's 2 meshes, the hilts and the sword. So we're doing the second. So basically we just have to do what we did with the sword on the hilt. So you're going to go and create a polygon tool. And you're doing the spikes part of it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not that hard. It's easier to do it that way than having them all separate.
Yeah, that's true. So when you get the
I don't really know how to do this spike though down here. Can't really figure that out because it's going to be overlapping with the.
you can just change it.
I might not even do that one because it's kind of weird.
Right. Are you doing just a loop or are you adding the top part of the hook too? Or just It's weird how the.
That's why I'm not using the create polygon tool because it makes a circle. If you do a circle,
Yeah.
that's why I'm using a cylinder. It's easier.
Okay. It might be, you help her.
Okay, I can finish this real quick.
You're gonna say one thing. Yeah. Okay. So we need to figure out which terms we can combine. So go to the vertex selection. So we got. And that'll be
That way there's like no smooth clipping or anything. So we're gonna do, at least not, we're gonna turn this off so we don't have to like drag it out. So it's just like a default size. Filter just in the middle. So move it, it'll go to the channel box over here. And all that random stuff, but over here you can change the, like, how many sides it has. For example, unless we want just four.
Do it until it moves somewhere you like.
And then we can just move it. That's confusing. How do we go over here and scale it just once? Oh, yeah. And you can rotate some other thing. But I don't think this part just rips start. And then we're gonna go, actually top. We're only gonna mess with one side because if you have two sides, you have to move both sides at the same time. We'll just so we need to select these two faces. We're gonna extrude them a bunch of times just to go around that. So you extrude it, then we're gonna move it around. Rotate the edge. And just do that all the way. Just go on there. Okay. Okay. So every time you want to move it, you just hit the extrude and then move to not right. And then put this here. And you can I told you it's easier. And then if you accidentally like deselect the faces or whatever, then just figure you can either just hit undo once and it'll go back and select them again, or you can go to perspective view, rotate around and jump. Just do that.
Sam, how'd you fix this bug? You just reversed it.
Yeah, you have to select each face individually.
Oh.
Because it'll just keep flipping each one back.
Makes sense. Anybody want to pizza?
And when you do it, yeah, when you do it for this part, just ignore the physical part.
You working on pizza too?
Yeah, I know, some of it, do this by side when you get part of it. Just ignore this part.
Thank you.
We have a contest that we have to do. Yeah, I'm good. I've got all-
Okay, pizza break.
Nice.
I'm gonna finish the spikes first and then I'll,
Fine.
well, actually I won't finish them because I'll probably have to explain them again. Do that.
Oh, okay.
Pizza break.
That's
Pizza breakover.
Pizza breakover. We gotta lower the lights.
Oh, okay.
Which button is it?
The one at the bottom.
So you just want to put the same on the other side.
Oops.
Yes, yeah. This needs to be connected to that, and that needs to be connected to that. So those two are connected. Yeah. So, and what we could actually do now is get the general shape of this, and then you can actually go and measure all the get that one. So just line that stuff up.
Huh? He needs help too.
Okay.
That's good enough, I think, really. Oh dear.
All the way. Doesn't help that the ground is super reflective.
Yeah. Best room.
They almost all have to be separate.
Yeah, they are.
We're gonna be on, yeah, control. Okay. Cool.
Okay, kind of add back when we oversize this over. I think later, after we like, you know, that looks pretty good for that.
I see what you're doing. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll be texture. One layering off of it has to be transparent. So. Okay, so now I'm try to edges down. It's like how it's like on the outside. Or actually, it's like the middle edge. That's what it needs to be. Yeah. And get it out to but you're just like doing verses now. You could do it, but it's easier. Then just go on the side. And you can actually, if you have a computer at home, get a copy of my student version. switch to, oh, I don't actually. Hit undo. Yeah. So you're just gonna go 3D into the perspective mode and move the time out, just so we can see. So just. That's okay. I think it has to do with so I hit done. Just pull it out. Some of the geometry is funky, but that's just because it's not rotating. It's a little more. No. What I think we'll do is eventually when we put a sphere here, we'll just drag this up into it. And then we'll just. Yeah, I would say. Control this. Check it. She's getting interesting. Spikes are. I go.
How to do the spikes?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna redo this anyway, 'cause I don't like it. Here, I'll show. Should I just show on here or?
Yeah. Or you can just show her directly. That's you can show it up there already. People can see.
Have a hello. No, I like the curly kid. Oh, yeah.
Makes more sense to me. That can just be texture.
Yeah, but this is really handling with a lot of complex stuff.
I want to do
It's hard to get a grip at the beginning, but then once
That
you-
I would just use texture.
you can
Unless you want to
do
make it exaggerated more, because WoW objects are very exaggerated, so that would be a lot bigger, chunkier shapes. So you extrude it a lot and paint separately. So it would have the top and the bottom. Because things that are that, only a couple bit could be done with paint.
But
Easy.
you would,
But better concept, why not exaggerate a little bit more, make it fit more with the WoW style.
Sorry.
Have this be a giant chunky spiral that comes out. Something that fits that one. It's kind of Aztec-ish. Was it based on?
Say what now? Sean Dynasty?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, they all ended up doing similar stuff, just.
Yeah.
Head if you want. So spheres are interesting because you don't want to just create a sphere. You want to create a cube and you want to smooth the cube. Because a sphere, this is mine. So we turn.
You do that anyway. Yes, you do.
To create a sphere, if you look at the sphere control, you can see it. See how it has these rings and the triangles at the top?
Yeah.
So you don't want that. That's a lot of messy geometry.
Yeah.
It looks weird.
No,
It's also really complicated. But you can decrease that.
no, no, stop, that's sad. And I'm in room with people.
You okay?
Yeah. Okay.
I would do like a cube. And then there's one function, called smooth. Smooth. It'll add more geometry.
Oh,
Save it.
okay.
And then I would do it this time. Since we have 2,000 followers, sort of what we're looking. Do is just move it down.
Oh.
There. Let's do it really close together.
Yeah.
So you just underneath.
Oh.
Want to try it again?
Make sure you have it.
Just treat it like a puzzle. You have to figure it out.
Sorry, not me to be so loud.
That's good. That's good.
I know. It's pretty good. But I was thinking just drag that up. And then you done something. So there's a button called set and pivot. Because you notice the pivot, the spheres are there, so
Yeah.
we scaled it. If you hit center pivot, it centers it at the center of the geometry, which is helpful. I think that looks pretty cool. We could add some cool, like, units of glow effects to it. I wouldn't worry about deleting that, because we'll just. Yeah, it's pretty neat. It does.
She's ready to extrude or duplicate, pretty sure.
Mirroring?
There, that's what I meant.
Okay. Let me finish the handle. I can show that.
Yeah.
So I'll be done.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, I just wanna make sure everybody's
Yeah, I'm gonna
ready
finish
to
that.
duplicate it.
Yep.
So do one slice of cheese and scrap it. Was you a freshman? Or?
Yeah.
Fun. First year programs.
I love them.
No, that's fair. Get those out of the way. You take an individual ones this semester?
Intro to visual.
Yeah, that's a waste.
So nothing fun right now.
Well, such classes are pretty interesting. Yeah. So you just enjoy 3D modeling or like?
I'm not really sure right now. I think I'd like 3D modeling.
Yeah. It's fun. You have a computer at home that you can do things on.
I mean, I played around with Blender not long ago.
You can get a student version.
And I just ordered myself a nice, it's a Dell station. But I'm not- At least,
It'll
yeah,
might not render long animations, but
right, exactly, but I'll figure it out.
how are we doing, Sam? We
Good, just working on the thing.
messy.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out.
I don't understand the perspective of this story very well.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if that thing's part of that or if it's. It looks weird. I don't know.
I would just make it a part of it.
If I had it like this.
Yeah.
That.
I mean, you can do that. It just
Yeah.
it won't look exactly like the concept, which is okay.
I think that's
That
pretty.
makes more sense to me.
Yeah, than having to go over it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll save that. That's pretty much.
You heard it.
Huh?
You already.
No. Is anyone ready for that? I could just show people individually if not everyone's.
Yeah, it's just mirroring.
I'll just do it now. Well, we have to UV it first, actually. so.
Yeah. That's true. We'll get everyone there.
Yeah.
We might have to do texturing at a later date.
Oh, you mean?
Yeah.
Your hours.
Yeah, okay. Painting's not too difficult. Well, it is, but it's faster. You can mess around with it later. I try to ask.
I wouldn't worry about the bulbs.
The bulbs.
Yeah, like the thing that goes over it.
Oh, yeah,
I could make it part of the other thing, I guess.
that's true. Is it its own mesh right now?
What? Because these two are separate things.
Oh, okay. What we do is we combine these all in the end.
I might make that this thing, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how's the switching between Blender and Maya? They look pretty similar.
Yeah, except the scale is like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Oh, did you report it?
yeah, I was shooting yesterday, so I just went out Blender and some.
Yeah. I mean, you can scale it.
Yeah. That's kind of figure out.
It's likely. We're actually trying to avoid it, I think. Oh, we're actually adding a bunch of unnecessary geometry. But you export it as an FBX.
Yeah.
OBJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a ton of geometry.
I'm not sure, I think it's just looking for,
What the hell?
Oh, it could be extra.
yeah, I think it's, so it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
that bad.
Okay, it's not that.
It was just, but I don't really forget that.
See that box right next to it. That one. Oh, okay. That's better. Yeah, good surface. All one mesh.
Yeah, I made it in one thing.
You being would be fun.
We could break apart in Blender.
It'd probably be easier to UV if you were separate that. That's how we usually UV is we play on that. Sort of easy UV.
Yeah, I'm not using.
UVing is, well, it's, yeah. Yeah. We'll pitch it. We'll be fine. Add some layering to it. Yes, chunky. What am I gonna do?
Still looks kind of weird.
Cylinder?
Do a what?
Yeah, probably cylinder. Then you can delete. You can actually change how many. All right. You can also see over here. Because of the numbers, you can actually rotate it at 90 degrees. If you type it 90 and press enter, it'll rotate it 90 degrees. I would actually go to this. It gives you some control. So you're going to control how many subdivision there is if you hit that. Because it's a lot of geometry and you don't want to do that. So if you do like 10, 12, that'll decrease the geometry. And you can also get rid of the cap. So see that it says caps 1, you hit 0. They'll make it not high. So you just delete that. And then extrude it. Yeah, those are. First step. Press the move tool. I'll just drag it up, I guess. Yeah, it's really tiny. I would zoom in, press A. And yeah, that's it, just tiny. So, I'll just scale it. That's right. It's W, E, and R. So R is, just makes sense to me. And the scale unit over there. I would go to the front view. And turn on your grid. And you can actually turn on snap to grid mode, which is over there. So we can move. So go to object. Right button, go to object. That's. Okay, so select that. The new sort. And press W to move it. I'll hit it. Sorry. And then now it'll snap to the grid so you can center.
There we go. I made a thing.
Oh, that's a cool thing. Now what's the deal with the top of it?
What do you mean?
Well, it has that connection, but what about
This?
No, not that.
This?
Yeah, the bottom of that.
It just goes into it.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't do anything. Just a thing. A little loop there, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine the way it is. Yeah. All right.
Might need you over here. Try to clear out the tape. I know, yeah. you know. We gotta make that. So what did you, it looks like it's split in the middle.
Yeah, it's better.
So she just needs to split the rest of it.
Yeah, that just pull that edge out. Do you want to do the part like? That's kind of.
You be able to get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I would keep splitting the down the middle there. And then once, is there a way to hide? Yeah.
And you can go all the way to the bottom with your edge.
Take a cookie. Let it drink.
What's up?
Have a drink.
I'm gonna get there.
Oh, okay. You scan this one. So yeah, switch edge. Okay. Okay. And then we're just gonna do the same thing that we did for everything else and hold the edges up. Just the middle of it. Yeah. So you can actually double click it and it's like that whole line. And then go to 3D. Yes. Yeah. Or select glass.
Edge. Just deselect glass.
Yeah, select everything but the last one at the top. I would do, so I would do everyone but that one. Control. Okay, yeah, that would be better.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. And then go, yeah. Yeah, that'll work.
Just make sure it doesn't go through the, like come off the circle part.
So yeah, just to lower it just a tad.
So, yeah. Might have to move
I
that.
will just drag it over.
I think inside of it.
Yes, so just,
I rounded that part down.
yeah, that'll work. No, don't do that. I would grab the bottom two edges.
Forward.
Yeah, go back into it. So I would grab those and just pull them down a little bit. That way they're inside, because it's just gonna clip inside of it that way, just to connect it. So that's fine.
Now the edges aren't special.
That's true. I hit control Z. Yeah, we might have to fix it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I think hers might be a little, you want to show her line everything up so she can go for that.
Go to the top.
Okay. Yeah, like that. Yeah, okay. So let's go to the top.
So you want all the, like.
So from here, this is the top view, so this is the front view. So you want to select all the opposite. So you want to line them up together, so when you mirror it, they all go together. So you can actually go.
That basically just says like, boom, open, snap it.
So retain component spacing, probably look for retain.
Yeah, and if you snap it like that, it'll
This
snap all
brings up
this
the
shit
move
on.
controls, and
So
so
that's
that's great for retain component spacing off, which is important. Because otherwise they retain their position, which is useless. when you snap. So then this will snap between elements. So what you want to do is snap it just to the back. Do that for all of them. That way, when we mirror it, it'll just flip it.
Circles. If you're good.
She's good.
make and delete. If there's spaces on the back, you have to delete it.
The circle,
No.
we just want to get rid of that. That geometry is fine.
Yeah, you want it to work on it.
Because it's just gonna mirror. Okay. This should go like that. It looks like that. Okay. Sometimes when you're messing with normals, messing with geometry, it softens normals randomly.
And hardens them.
And hardens the randomly too. It's Maya. It's Maya.
Reasons.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you could.
So we gotta do UVing before we do that. That way it mirrors the UVs, so you don't have to paint both sides. So when you paint one side, it'll face the other side at the same time. That's something Sri doesn't tell you.
These things, President.
Yeah, UVs are fine. UVing is basically like when you get a cube and you unwrap it to fold it up again into something. We're just gonna have to unwrap this so that it's flat. So you can paint on it. You can auto map it, but it's gonna look really funky when you do that.
Yeah, that'll look bad.
Yeah. You render it out, an image, and you could also get a turntable, so you can actually get an animation of it rotating. And there's a program that I have called Marmoset, which is a renderer, and it's a nice renderer that you can put like, it adds ambient occlusion, and you can actually put a background in it, and add different lights and things. You can do all that in Maya too.
It's just way more complicated.
Marmoset makes it easy.
There's literally one button.
I mean, once you have it, you can take it anywhere. You can take it into a game engine. You can take it into any renderer you want, really, and render it. You'll get an FBX file, basically, and a texture file. And then you just put the texture on the material, and then attach the material. And it'll be all diffused materials. We had a section for rendering, actually, for this, but I'm never going to get to it today.
We just do it at the end for like 5 minutes just to show
It
it.
depends. Rendering is pretty fast. Because diffuse is unlit, basically, so like it doesn't need to be very lit. You could add basic light to it just to give a little bit more contrast, I guess, to make it look like it's an engine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it sort of does. Photoshop does have 3D. Yeah, totally.
It doesn't work very well yet.
And you can also add things in post too. Like I've added.
Is it on your,
Yeah, it's on my Facebook page.
it's here somewhere?
Hunter stuff.
I was gonna close it.
Apparently Hunter can't bring WoW rigs. Just sad.
Sad face.
Sad face.
I want to explain what you're doing.
Oh, I'm showing something. So this I took as a Hearthstone Newell post, and I actually added in like particle effects and stuff in Photoshop later. But then I eventually ended up doing them in Unreal, so those are actually animated. But yeah, so you just take that 3D that you texture and paint into a renderer or something like that, or do it in Maya. And then I added in Photoshop a blurred background just to make it look a little bit nicer. Give it some,
Is it black?
yeah, instead of just a gray background. But you could do gray if that's your fancy. Doesn't really matter. But yeah. All right, I guess we need to UV. Well, I don't know if he's up to date. You can check.
You can go to the chunky objects. Yeah, what I would do is probably like, you could texture this would just be a texture. Unless you wanted to model that, but it's pretty. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Well, again, that could just be a flat, you can paint that effect onto it.
I just didn't, I wasn't happy.
But like I would make maybe this section.
We have,
And this part really, but then this up here would just add paint detail onto that. It would look the same, you don't need that extra geometry because it's just a tiny little extrusion that you're not gonna notice in a game asset. Game assets, when they gotta be really low poly. And that's when the paint details in like scratches and these screws, they'll just paint a screw on it. And you won't even tell a lot of times, because
Yeah.
you're far away from it. Obviously, it'd be nice to give all the detail and stuff. But a lot of times what they do is they'll model it high poly, so they'll add all those details. And then they'll do a basic normal map. What a normal map is it takes those details and puts them onto a texture. That's an alpha, which is black and white or purple.
It controls the lighting.
And it controls where the light hits it. So when you change the light, it'll change where that highlight is. And so that's normal mapping. So that's what we would do, is just use paint.
Normal mapping's more
Yeah,
complicated.
normal mapping is more complicated. You have to sculpt the detail. But you'll put it into a brush and you can subdivide as many times as you want and actually sculpt the detail. Like you're playing. So you can actually just like dig in and things like that. But for what we're doing, we're just doing hand paint, so you can actually just paint in that, and that texture will be there. And it'll look like, and you don't need the most complicated geometry to get that detail still. But some things that you want to emphasize, you can extrude. Like I would say that this is kind of the focal point of this sword. So I would actually model that section, which you did. So I would actually grab this edge, grab the circle. And actually move it, so switch the values. And move that. Wow, just a little bit. Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, that's good. Then I would extrude again. So you're modeling in the detail. And then you can switch to your art. That's scaled only, so the yellow. So you can use that to create the geometry. Well, I think in the end, we probably merge it, so it's all in the center. But I think you could probably add a couple more rings to get the geometry right. So I would actually I mean, you can do it however you want. Yeah, to go, just merge those there. And then switch to your top view. And then I would add another rings around this. So I would use the pick tool. And then control and try to hold down control. Perfect. And then you can move that up and down. Now you get edge correction. And you can move the W key. Probably do the top key. You should exaggerate. So, yeah, I'd do that. Give yourself some more. So you've got kind of the outer cone, and it kind of goes inward and then out again on the center thing. So I would actually do probably another ring, and then that number goes up, and then you've got one. You have 2,000. Usually the standard source of that video game is like 2,000 follows, 2,000 sides. So you've got a lot of room. It's only actually 500. Yeah. Try to scale it that way, actually. I always try to scale uniform. And this will all mirror over. I would look at probably add another. If you look at this, so you've got the first kind of hill, and then you got the second ones in the center that contains the sphere. So I would do another one like this, and close to the center. So I had a couple more. That always the light. That'll scale it. You want to hear this? With them over here. Just like go over, you gain, and then you can do it again.
Okay.
So there's this thing called, it says UTE up here. You got these things that are not, that don't sit.
Oh, man.
Okay, but over here. You guys know my
You gotta go back to these tool drops.
That's laser. Over here. It's either up here or kind of.
And then choose. Now it should be for access. You just don't have control of shit. Try.
It's the same, like, kind of.
It's
It's one piece over there.
Yeah.
It's like all those. There's a button here.
I think it's gonna be right on the control before you do this.
That like. Now we're gonna flip it after we do all this. Because you flip it, then when you flip it,
Oh, I hear it.
the UVs of the other half, they'll be connected and the UVs will be exactly the same.
So, because it's triangles, it doesn't flip the connection to the ground. So I'm gonna want this. This is the center. Obviously, counts are something that's television. So this is gonna be the blue. This is the blue here in the middle. That way you don't split. So there's gonna put the geometry and then just.
You don't have to do this, but if you're like,
So then we go back to rotate, and then we just rotate, move those in and out. Shape.
well, but if you get out of that tool, press escape. I'm doing the checkerboard.
Oh, yeah.
It's like.
Deleting history gets rid of all, like, all the junk. Like, if you've scaled something, it keeps a record of it, which you don't really need. Okay, and this is
It's like these control
How do you do this?
Okay. So like it's the.
Yeah, this is exactly how it fixes
This is
it.
where they're all. So you just do that.
What we got here.
Just go
Okay, so it's like brown doohickey.
Well, yeah, I got this thing here, which I fixed and got a bunch of purchases, but
Mhm.
how would you match this lines? Would you add more?
Try not, don't worry about putting it all into one geometry. It doesn't need to be in one shape. For games, you don't have to do that. Like, I would separate the
Just a
hill
cylinder, that's it.
and this and this. So I would separate all this stuff. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the head modeling, which you don't need to do for this. This is a different way of thinking.
Oh, right.
Because you're not trying to animate it. It just needs to work faster. It's
So
actually easier.
It's easier to have a bunch of different separate.
Yes. I mean, not a ton,
But
but
yeah, but if I could just stick a cylinder.
yeah, you could literally just stick a cylinder and that'd be the end.
Oh, shit.
It's
A
so
little
much
too late.
easier. Right. I mean, yeah. So then it makes your geometry a lot simpler. It's something I never realized too. It took me, when I found out about it, I was like, shit. Why am I trying to make it all one mesh? Same thing with like trees and stuff. Those trunks are not all the same mesh.
That makes a lot
They
of
just
sense.
have them clipping. It doesn't affect. It doesn't bother.
Really, you actually.
Let's see if I can do something about it.
I mean, you might be able to start over.
Well, I can just mirror it.
It's not even.
I do circular.
Oh, actually, well, geometry's already, let's see. Those are all good. So, which part are we doing?
Yeah, those.
This geometry is. You're doing this, okay. Well, this is easy actually. I mean, look what you've got. You've got two planes or three planes that are not very like far apart. The edge is not that big of a difference, so like it doesn't need to get rounded.
Yeah.
So like you can literally just do a thunder not that. My map will work. I never do it. And it gives it to you right off. And then just scale it in. And basically that. Now, when you extrude, when you duplicate this, you don't have a lot of depth. So this is going to be a flat plane because there's not a lot of depth to it, so it's not going to know what to do with it, just because it's such a flat plane. When you mirror it over, it needs some more depth. So what you could do is grab all the edges and just do just a general extrusion. It's going to make it like a base. That's nice.
Now I'll turn red. Like I said, nice overlap.
So
Now you can paint on one side of the hole.
And so now you've got a little bit more depth. You need that depth, otherwise it's gonna be.
Yeah.
And then when you have it long, yeah. Yeah, I already, just so that you have,
when you get much mirror it, there'll be a lot more places than you need. And you just get to
test it here.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But then just do that for each.
Just because things like that. But yeah, flavor map is the best. And when you do flavor map, this, again, you do this whole story, just like the outer edges all come
Yeah.
up. Just kind of line this up.
And now we're gonna put all the pieces together into one thing, so they're not. This.
But yeah,
Go up here, mesh.
flavor map.
And then fix this.
Yeah.
I mean, that works, but it does distort it and
This tool up here.
puts things in weird places.
It's,
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, obviously, it's a more cylindrical shape, but yours was more planar at the moment.
Mhm.
this is really tiny on
And
there.
you don't have to, don't worry too much about trying to get it all in one piece. It's like it's smooth.
Yeah.
But this separates out, so you can cut and you can move things around.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to worry about seams because we're painting it, we're hand painting it, so you can actually paint the seams.
Because the blades doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, I mean, you're not doing a seamless texture, so it doesn't need to be seamless. You could have
that's
seams.
okay, just like that then.
Yeah, that'll be fine with that.
What about this one?
It's the same thing. I mean, pretty much the same.
That's good.
Yeah, probably more depth is better. I would almost, you could break, you don't necessarily have to extrude things, you can just break things outward. And just kind of,
That's all.
yeah, just make things a little bit chunkier, because a little bit more heavier, because it's a base, so you want it to be
Yeah.
freaking beaten with it, you need to be chunky and get heavy on the outside edge.
I'm gonna do it again.
That way it's got kind of a blunt edge to it.
You want me to do it up there too?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just redo it.
Okay. So now we're gonna UV and then mirror over all the pieces. It's important that the merging edges are all on the axis, on the same axis, so they attach correctly. Which I think mine are on the same. Oh, no, they're not. I lied. And if they're not, you have to snap them to the grid, basically. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. So we'll do each piece, UV it separately, and then mirror them, and then combine all the pieces into one. So you have to open up the UV texture editor, which is on the work shelf. It says UTE on it. I guess I have to do it on this window. Now, when you open it up, it's going to be like a big mess. You don't want to worry about any of that junk. So you can just delete all those.
You don't know how to delete them.
You don't have to, but you can create new ones. But yeah,
You have to tell people where these buttons are.
yeah. Oh, it's the same like UI as the regular window, basically. And then on the work shelf, there's a button with a T and a texture pattern or a grid pattern on it. You click that, and then it'll bring up this planar mapping options window. And then you have to pick the axis that you want to map from. You can either line it up in the camera or use the axis. Since this is a, I'm just gonna wait till people are done. You have to line it up with the axis. So since this is facing the Z, you want to put it on that. And then you just hit apply, and it'll make a really bad UV map to start with. You want to, I'm going to turn on the, there's a couple buttons that are helpful. One is this, which is, it shows the shell, and then this shows the border edges, this button here. So you know where the seams are. To fix this, to make it the actual correct size and shape, you can use this button here, which is called unfold selected UVs. And when you hit that, it will unfold it proportionally. And if you want, you can use the smooth UV tool, which is the third one from the right in the top row here. And you click left button and drag, and sometimes it'll smooth it out, but this one's fine, so it doesn't really need to. Okay, so now we have that piece done. Oh, that doesn't work. There we go. Put it over here. Okay. Now we're going to do that for each piece. So you can planar map, apply. And this one's pretty good, but I'm going to do it anyway just because, to make it better. And then smooth them out if they need to be, which doesn't really look like they need to be. And then do it again for this piece. Hit the unfold button and then smooth them out. This one needs a little smoothing. Okay. Now they're ready to be mirrored over. Does anybody need? And now we're gonna mirror them over individually so that they, and you don't have to move the UVs anymore, so you don't have to worry about those. Because when you mirror it over, you can paint on one side and it'll paint both sides for you when you do that. So to mirror the mesh, you go to the mesh menu, come down to mirror geometry and make sure you hit the square so you get the options button. Or display, I guess. And you want to merge with the original. If you can, yeah. Actually, I might not want to because it's not on. If you have something that's not on the same plane like these ones, you don't want to merge with the original because it'll make weird geometry. You can merge all the vertices afterwards. And I know it's on the -Z, so I'm just going to do that, and it mirrors it perfectly over. And if we look at the UVs, it'll be overlapping, which is perfectly fine. What are you trying to do, Colby? It's under shading if you're looking for it.
No, I got it. I know where it is. I just can't read it.
Okay. And then I'm gonna drag select these vertices that that aren't merged yet because it's just mirrored. I think I have them all. Yes. I'm going to come to edit mesh and do merge components and just hit that, and that should merge all the vertices together. Yeah. So that's good. So we have that piece done. And you just do that for each one until you have each one mirrored.
Unnecessary things.
Make sure you do change it back to merge with original if you don't have vertices that aren't on the axis. Yep, you did this one.
Just like see, because you want it to be the same size texture, so square to be the same.
Merge the vertices back together if you don't merge them when you mirror.
So these are small, but they're a lot bigger than this one.
And once you have all those pieces together, can go back to the UVs, and then you can select all of them, mesh, combine. Now they're all one mesh together. And now you need to do a UV layout. To do this, you can use a checkerboard shader, which is really easy to apply. You just right click, go down here, apply, like, it doesn't really matter what material. I just do a Lambert because it's the easiest. And then go to color, hit the checkerboard thing next to the attribute and add a checker. You won't see it because it's not, texturing isn't on by default usually, so you have to turn on hardware texturing under shading in the window. I'm going to turn off wireframe. And you want all the squares to be generally the same size on the sword or object. So I am going to, and use the, you don't want to move the UV so they're not overlapping or get misaligned. So you want to use the move UV shell tool and drag select so you select them all. Right now I'm going to scale that a bit. And you don't want different pieces to overlap each other. There we go. So that should be pretty good. They're generally the same size. This one might be a little big. Okay, that's good enough for now. Now, once you have that figured out, you can change the material back to Lambert so you don't have to look at the checkerboard. And you're good to go.
It got muted, Jake.
Okay, we're gonna do it into Photoshop, put it into Photoshop now so we can paint on it. I'll talk louder. So to put it into Photoshop, it's really easy. Go to the UV texture editor here. Then go to polygons menu, go down to where it says UV snapshot. Click on that. And then change the size to 1024. I'm gonna make this bigger so I can actually read it. Oh, that's too big. And then change the image format to either TIFF or Targa. It doesn't really matter.
Right now,
Move that to about middle. And then just leave the rest the same basically, and you can just hit OK. And then if you open up Photoshop, there should be a file in the images folder that has the UVs on it.
So that's sort of what we're doing. Squashing. Something like this guy in Photoshop. Do a flag. It's gonna get fine. Go to the UV texture. Click on this around. It's gonna be ZX. It's squashed a little, it's there. All the details there. UV snapshot. Okay, you have a really change the size to. Should change it. See, and change those. Well, that's not then. Okay. Then go to Photoshop texture. Well, there should be a file in here.
But I think my
You just do
It'll
just be a little more geometry. Maybe click.
That's
And then just order up the source.
So I'm trying to like. I had it organized in my
Images. It's not sort of. This Sam. Yeah. He's got a really big face. Oh, yeah. That's great. I would just first of all, like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Oh.
the lady who had her spare.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Oh.
I mean, they do, that's their contract.
Right now. Oh, yeah, I did it.
They have it up.
So yeah, if you just press the.
Yeah.
It still did it. Yeah, you can do faces. Yeah, there you go.
I think they have like for this.
Then follow. Sure it is.
So you can do like something.
Yeah, it's fine. That was that pitch. The point I was thinking of that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we're thinking,
Actually, good. Back to you. Also, what we do is, in order to make sure that it's, add any texture, and we're gonna make it shine.
All right, so we're gonna attempt to paint in 45 minutes. We could do that. Maybe not completely, but we can go over some basic stuff. So set up so that you have your UV snapshot in one layer, and then you have your other one, your concept in the other. And what we could do is, so you want two images open. And what I do is I go to Window and I arrange the workspace so you have two up vertically. And what that does is it lets you go between both of them and pick colors without having to like close and open layers. You can just go directly between the two. And so let's say I need that red. I could just go and pick that red. One hotkey that we're going to use a lot is Alt. We're going to be kind of sitting on the, put your left hand on the Alt and Space button, because Alt is to eyedrop tool, and it switches from your brush to your eyedrop. And then Alt Space will let you zoom in and out, so you can use the mouse to zoom in and out. Or you can actually zoom in and out with your tablet too. And first thing we need to do is make a brush though. So make a new document. And I usually like to make it like a texture, so 1024 by 10. I'm watching the stream and I shouldn't be. Yeah, it's a delay. I'm like, I'm confused. 1024 and just white like that. And we're gonna make it square brush because square brush is king. So grab the rectangle tool and just, pick up a square, something like that. Doesn't have to be. If you hold down Shift, it'll make it perfectly square.
You can just use the empty thing,
What?
You can just use that thing. It doesn't have to be. You can just use the empty thing for. Yeah, it works.
Whatever. I don't care.
It doesn't matter.
And then make sure your color's black and go to the paint bucket tool and fill it in. Walk around, make sure it's doing. It'll probably be okay. Okay, so now you've got a square, which is cool. And people like to rough it up, but you don't necessarily have to. And since we're at a crunch time, but you can like rough up the edges and things like that just to make it less square. But I like to just keep it square. It actually makes it really nice. It makes a nice, strong, crisp line and everything like that. All right, so if you go over to File, or Image, sorry, maybe not Image. Yeah, it's tiny. It's probably tiny up there too, isn't it? Yeah. Where is it? Let's make a new brush.
It's under Edit.
It's under. That's what I thought.
Define brush.
Oh, there's. Okay, Edit, Define Brush Preset, and that'll make you a new square brush. And then you can name it Square Brush. I can't spell. I'm doing it there. That was awesome. Cool. So now you've got a square brush, and let's open up another document just so we can test the square brush. You want to scale it so you're only working with around like 35 pixels, 30, 35. And right now you get a nice, pretty solid line, which is pretty good. Though I think we want to mess with the opacity and flow a little bit. So I usually set my opacity to like 70%, and then my flow to like maybe 30. Flow will let you like layer on paint.
Here's a question.
Okay. Yeah. And then you can hold Alt and you can select colors and you can actually like shade using that. So let's say that that's like a blade, and we're doing. You can definitely work pretty well with the square brush and make some pretty interesting stuff. I don't know how that looks up there. That looks pretty good. So I could just like quickly add like a. And so, yeah, you can just mess around with square brush, but they make pretty good.
You can get better edges.
Yeah, you can get a lot better edges than if you're using a round brush, which is very useful if you're making a nice sharp sword that you want to destroy people with. And it blends well if you use the opacity and flow. You can blend really easily. You could go in and add more, things in the brush presets if you want to, but really this makes a pretty good brush. I shall. Yes. So everyone got their square brush going? It's pretty fun. Woo. Do they? I don't know what's there. Sorry, what? I didn't really adjust it that much. I just kind of made it and then changed the opacity and flow. But you can go to the brush presets and affect, you could add shape dynamics, which is useful, and then make it so that the size is dependent on your pen pressure. Why is this not working? That's not working. Did they not have it? They don't have it working? Oh, I see hardness.
Hardness thing isn't a thing.
Does it not let you do that?
I don't know. That's weird. Sounds messed up. Ugh.
I'm not really sure what's going on with that, but I guess pen pressure is not working. But I don't necessarily need it because I could just change the scale of the brush myself using the bracket tool. You could just kind of,
Hit the bracket.
yeah, you could just hit the bracket tool and change it. I think there's another hotkey to do that. I don't know. I usually just stick with the brush at the same size, so I don't change the brush that often. So you don't exactly need pen pressure. I don't know why pen pressure is not working. It should work.
Nobody.
Okay. Does anyone have pen pressure working? Apparently not. That's okay.
Yeah, we have a thing after this.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to. Where did what window is that in?
So many screens.
No. I have way too. It's gone. My Wacom tablet properties. They're gone. They're in a better place. Huh?
It's a control panel.
I know where it is, but it's open right now.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. Let me close it and see if it'll. Nope. It's putting it on some invisible screen because that's how Windows works.
Try moving it over.
It doesn't. Sometimes there's a restore feed button, but sometimes it doesn't. Oh, here we go. Nope, that did not work.
It's over there somewhere.
Yeah.
I saw it move.
Cool. Well, we don't have time for this. We'll just deal without pen pressure. I can survive. It's fine. Okay. So you've got your square brush, so you can go back to your texture and you can actually start texturing. So make sure you make a new layer so you're building on top of the wireframe. You want to keep the wireframe for reference so you can know where all the edges and everything is. I'm actually going to rotate this because the concept is the wrong direction. And I think I'm going to have to flip it too.
No, it should be fine.
Is it? Oh, it's. Oh, flip this too. Wow, actually. What's the hotkey to rotate? It's just R. Just go. You can rotate it just so you want to go in the same orientation as what you're texturing. And so you want to make sure that you know where the highlights and everything is going to be. What I like to do is start off with just a basic color. So I'll pick a neutral tone from the concept, and I'll actually paint in the color. So I'll just kind of do this, get the color going. Get the basic colors before you go into any detail. You really want to get the basic color before you go further. And so you want to grab like the basic color for each section so you know what you're painting. Unfortunately, I don't have 3D coat to cut off the edges.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that in Photoshop too.
It's a pain in the ass. Just to get the basic colors down. I would usually take this into 3D coat, and 3D coat's awesome, so I would use 3D coat, but there's no 3D coat.
Where'd you get the colors in?
Yeah. Something, wait, oh crap. Oops, I accidentally painted over the wireframe I had. Yeah, I did, because the wireframes.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, I cut it,
Oh, you mirrored it.
yeah. But it should still be there, so I can.
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't paint on it again.
yeah, don't paint on it. So in order to get the wireframe on top of it so that you can actually like cut so you have the sword, you can actually select just the wireframe. And what I do is I actually select the white spot, and then I go over to select and similar. And so that'll select all the white space. And then we just inverse it, going to selected inverse, and it'll select all the black lines. And then we just copy that and paste it onto a new layer, and then we can, okay. Can't see my keyboard. That way we have a layer with the wireframe on it, and we can actually make this bolder, because it's kind of hard to see for me at least. If you want to, you can go and add like a stroke to it, which is underneath the blending options, which are down here at the little FX button. You can actually add a little stroke, though right now it's white or grayish. And what you can do is just do a color overlay, and that'll just a black color overlay, and that'll just fill in the white to make it black. And so we could do that, make it a little bit easier to read. So we have that to paint over. There we go. That's better. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Sam, how's it going? Normally, I think we could probably create a mask, but you can just as easily just select the outside white space away from your grid to, if you want to delete all this extra stuff that you don't need. That way it's a nice smooth cut. You can just hit delete on the paint layer, and that'll delete what you don't need. So it's kind of a fake mask. It's just to make that crisp edge there. While you're painting, you don't have to worry too much about that because you can always delete the edge because you keep your wireframe. So you can kind of just paint to your heart's consent. And what we'll do is we'll like move this in and out of Maya. Somewhere? It's under selects somewhere. It's further down. It's underneath. It's underneath the grow. Ah. And so what I'll do again is grab the color, make sure I'm on the right layer, and just go ahead and fill in. It's kind of like coloring in the lines at this point, which is super fun. For kids again. You could use the Alt key to select different colors and play around with that. Try to match your concept as much as you can. If you're doing your own concept, you can kind of go with it. You could also modify their concept if you'd rather. Like if you want to make the gold, the sword gold instead of metal, I mean, it has a different property, but you can figure it out and change it that way. People don't yell at you for copying their concept. But it's easier to work off a concept. A lot of times I find it is easier to paint concepts just so you can learn how materials work and how texture works. And because a lot of times people who paint are awesome already, so you can just look at what they did and copy it. And then you'll learn how they did it. And it'll make you better. Just, don't claim it as your own work. So what I'll do is I'll actually grab like a highlight and I'll throw in a highlight here because that's where a highlight would be. And obviously it wouldn't be this strong, so you can kind of blend it in by selecting colors as you go, because the flow will not make it as flow will have a little bit of transparency on the brush, so you can actually blend the colors a little bit.
Yeah, that's the word.
Blend. Flow's weird. And it pays to be a little messy. You don't have to be that perfect at the beginning. And just kind of look at your concept. Now, when you're painting metal, it's never going to be black and white. When you're painting gold, it's never going to just be yellow. And when you're painting leather, it's never just going to be brown. If you look at your concept, it probably has a lot of color detail if it's good. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, so if you see this, see the pixels? That's really annoying. You could turn that off. You go to View, and then you go to Show, and Pixel Grid, and that'll turn off the pixel grid. So you don't want that on because then you can't really see how things are working. So look at this leather. There's green inside the leather. There's brown inside there's green and brown inside the metal. It's all just kind of a lot of different colors. There's a lot of red inside metal too because it's rusty. And metal's usually like bluish. And it also depends on your lighting too. Gold has a hell of a lot of green in it, which you don't notice.
That's a red thing.
Yeah, that's a red thing. We found it. But even the red's got a little bit of color, blue reflecting off the metal. You just kind of want to be, you start to become more aware of this the more you do, because practice kind of just makes perfect. And contrast is really important. Like right now, it's really low contrast. So you want to definitely have darker values. Probably turn off the overhead grid because you don't really need that the whole time. You just need it to get you started. So you want to have dark in front of next to light. And just like pull colors from the highlights and just kind of get the basicness. You'll be able to blend everything later. This ornate shape is really fancy, and I'd probably do that later.
Do it at the end.
Not the end, but later. You'll just kind of get the gist of it. Just be like, hey, it's fancy shit right here. It's going to be fancy. I'll make it fancy later. And so I'm going to finish this up really quick, just get some general highlights going. It's nice when you're working from a concept because you know where all the highlights are supposed to be. But if you're working on your own and you're doing your own concept, or you're working on like a material, just a model, something like if you're doing like a barrel or something, you know, you're not really working from a concept, it's your own idea. You need to check back and forth between Maya. I use a program called 3D Coat that lets me switch back and forth really easily, but Maya, you could do it, it's just annoying. That way you could see if it makes sense. Because it's hard to tell on Photoshop if it makes sense in a 3D space because you're working on a 2D plane. But yeah, a lot of this is kind of based on your photo or your painting skills. But you'll get better as you go. And a square brush is super awesome for it. But just work from reference at first. Eventually you'll get good enough that you can do your own stuff, but a lot of times it's easier just to work from reference to learn. That's okay, they're not going to yell at you, as long as you give them credit.
You kind of have to know how to work from reference anyway.
Yeah, you have to know how to work from reference because in the game industry or the video industry, you're going to be there. You're not going to be making the concepts unless you're a concept artist. So you're going to be they're going to give you an idea, they're going to give you a concept, and you're going to do it. And so you're going to have to be doing this to work from concepts, which is, I think, refreshing because I have trouble coming up with the new ideas because I always think they're bad. But you want to go over and get nice crisp lines at edges. And it's also helpful to definitely bring in more shadow. And try not to make sure you're, don't be too clean with your lines. You know, be messy. It's okay. You can always undo if you don't like it. You can always paint over it. And also being more painterly adds more blemishes and makes it look more worn and makes it look more realistic. So you don't have to be perfectly smooth colors, perfectly transient gradients and everything like that. You just kind of need to transient gradients.
That's a good word.
That's a good word. I
don't know if
use that
makes
one.
sense, but
Yeah, like metal will like buckle and everything, and there'll be like little like quirks and things here. This will be like a little divot, things like that. So when you and also zoom out and zoom in a lot and see if it makes sense. See that when I zoom out, that does not look like a divot. That looks like a button. And I don't want a button on my top of my thing. So you just kind of zoom in and out. See, that probably looks a little bit better, maybe, not quite. And I will do this a lot, and I'll just keep going over and over and over until it makes it look like a line. Like you want it to be semi-clean, but you also want it to be messy as well. You don't want it to be too messy. There's kind of a fine line. Eventually, you can get too busy and you lose the form of the shape. You want to get the big forms first. I'm doing this bad. I'm doing too much detail. Okay. All right. Normally, I would pull this into Maya soon. So let me just get some more basic shapes here, more basic colors. And I'll also like increase my brush size a lot because it can increase your complexity. I mean, you'll lose some form, but that's okay because it'll increase your texture complexity and add a little bit more variety. And you'll have more to work with when you come back to it. I like that brown color there. That's really pretty. Work. Okay, so this looks pretty good. We have the sword part fairly laid out. I think I would probably put more here. You could use this to actually do bigger gradient fades too. I would probably actually put like a line here. And smaller highlights are probably better for a sword because metal's has fewer highlights. And it's going to make it look more realistic as metal just because it's not as reflective, especially for metal that's shaped like this. Kind of just have to look at reference and things like that. Luckily, they looked at reference when they made this because it's awesome. What I'll do is when I'm texturing like my own concept sword, and like let's say I have metal, I'll look at, it might be a different shape than this, but I'll look at how they made it, and I'll actually take colors from it, and I'll just form it to my shape because it might be a different form, like if I'm making my own concept. And then I would just use the colors and the way that they painted it to make mine, and it'll make it look realistic, but it's your own concept. Okay, let's save this and put it into Maya and see what it looks like, which is going to be complicated. So for Maya and anything else, I use targas because they don't compress the image at all. And programs like Unreal like targas, and the industry uses, I think, targas most of the time. Targas or TIFFs, but I like targas because they sound fun. And they can also carry alpha channels. So if you have like leaves for like a tree, they can be transparent. But anyways, I'll name it like sword, UVs, awesome, cool. And then what I do is for naming conventions is I just put the texture, I say texture or something. And for this, we don't need 32 bits because it's gonna, I can't see it. Where's the, I have too many windows. There it is. It's gonna pop up with this. Just say 24 because we don't need the alpha channel. 32 is going to contain the alpha channel. So save that. It's going to save it to the desktop. And then when you go back to your Maya, which is probably going to show up in the wrong place, I'll pop it up. You can actually go to your texture and hit File and under Color, and it's somewhere. And yeah, there it is. So this should show up once you hit that grid there, just like we added the checker. And when you hit File, it'll let you choose a file to put it on. And it went to the right place again. There you go. Yeah. There it is. So that'll pop up, and then you click on that, and look, there it is.
Good question.
Oh, that's a good question. That would probably make it better.
Right into my face.
Over there.
My favorite exercise. I don't know which one.
And right now, you actually have there's some default lighting on it. If you go over to lighting, you could just use flat lighting, and that'll get rid of the weird lighting so you can actually see there.
It closed.
Oh, yeah, we're good. Is that better?
Yeah, it
Well,
closed.
So you actually can see what you're doing. And you should be able to save your texture. So each time you get further and you want to look back at the 3D, you can actually, once you save it again, you just hit reload and it'll redo it. So I will keep this up and I'll just keep painting. And then when I save, I'll just come back to it. Yeah, just keep kind of moving around. I might actually probably, yeah, look at some of this. You can add, yeah, it's got some grooves in it and some knots in the metal. And really that's just kind of what controls the shape is just the contrast between light and dark, even if it's really subtle. And increasing, if you want to really increase your contrast detail, you put brighter things next to darker things. Obviously, it'll increase your contrast. So I will like randomly do that. A lot of this is just random and refinement. I need to make this side of the blade really dark. And what I like to do is actually grab a lot of random colors from the concept too, just to get in that different colors, because metal's not perfectly blue. It's not perfectly perfect. There'll be some red in there, and mix the red with the blue, and just get a lot of variety in your colors. A lot darker over here. I need to get it a lot darker. Woo! I'm dying. I like painting. It's my favorite part. So like even this, I have too much highlight. Like I want the highlight to be just on the tip, just the tip. Just the tip. Leather has a lot of like rips and snags in it that you can, I don't know if this is supposed to be leather. I think it's probably not leather, like copper. The colors are very similar to leather, but the highlights are different. Leather doesn't have as contrasting highlights. Like for this, the highlights are a lot more diffused. They're not as bright and vibrant, and that's why you get the material quality. And yeah, this is definitely a copper because it's got a lot of green in it.
Yeah, it's a lot of green.
Yeah. So I might actually start getting this shape down. And you can add your own shape. It doesn't have to be the same because it is kind of hard to copy their concept completely. Plus, it's fun to hide things like question marks, which I do all the time. And then again, I'll probably save this. Unfortunately, that doesn't save it where I want it to save it. Which is
layers.
it because it has layers? That's annoying.
Recode on that.
And then hit reload again and boom. It already looks 10 times better. And I only changed a couple things. And you could, I guess you can control, with the tablet, you can control movement in Maya too. It's weird.
Yeah.
Just do the Alt key, and my button on here is Alt too, so I can Alt and drag, and yeah, it's fun. Oh, I almost did 3D code. I almost did this. I almost did it. A little increase. And sometimes I'll decrease the opacity just because I need to have a finer transition, a better, smoother transition between things. And it's hard to get that with such a high opacity. Just because you're using a square brush doesn't mean things should look square. You want to blend the squares in together. Otherwise, it can be a problem. Now, working at too low of opacity makes things muddy, which you don't want either. So, yeah, you want strong lines like that. And this looks like they have a lot of divots. How's everyone going? This is the fun part. It's also the longest part, which is, it's a lot of trial and error. I probably won't finish this tonight, unfortunately. We have like, no, we got, oh, yep. But you can go further with it later, definitely. We managed to get most of it done today, actually.
I think we have
A blade has a kind of a gradient going outward. And it either goes from dark to light and right. Yeah. Huh? Per pixel?
Resolution 16 bits, that or
Oh,
that.
24. Oh, the 24.
Yeah, 32 is only if you want it.
Yeah, 32 saves the alpha channel, which is the transparent channel. So if you had like cloth or something, or yeah, I guess I should move on to like a different section of this.
Yeah.
And so I probably wouldn't just focus on the blade at first. I would probably focus on everything. Let's get these. I seem to have, oh no, I'm over here. Let's get the,
Oh, yeah, you haven't made those yet.
yeah. So we'll just like go there, and dark. Hi, Savannah.
Hello.
Welcome. Are you here for the thingy?
Which thing?
We're having a thingy for next year.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, we've already almost finished this thing. But you want to make sure that the texture lines up with the UVs. So you might want to throw those on occasionally.
So you're not just making it.
Right.
I make a selection around the UV shells and just hide the selection thing.
Yeah, you could do that. I don't know. In 3D code, I work differently.
Yeah, that's how I do it. That makes the gel for you.
That's pretty bad, but that's okay. It's not the worst. I got some of the basic colors in. And you would go in and refine it later, over and over again, basically.
It's pretty good for 15 minutes.
For 15 minutes, yeah.
Is that 15 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't model it in 15 minutes.
Right, we changed it.
Yeah. I've got a lot faster because I did the Hearthstone thing and I had to do 3 of these a day. Well, 4 of these a day, more of these a day. Because I had 15 days to do that. That was fun. What is happening at the bottom here?
Oh, it's got a little curve.
Yeah, it has a curve on there.
Well, I didn't even update it, did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. So I did that in 15 minutes. Yeah, we can finish this later. Also, like edges like this, if you look at what they did, a lot of times they'll have divots on the edge, so you could just have that kind of fade in, and then have a sharp highlight on one side. It kind of cuts across, and you can make just like random cuts. So you can do like that, and it's going to be like a cut. And it probably won't be that bright though, because it's on a really dark side. But there'll be a highlight on it. So if you do something like that, it's gonna look pretty cool. And so this is kind of a cut in. So there would be a highlight on the top of this part, this section. But then there would be a shadow right underneath it. So it's kind of casting a shadow. The cut is casting a shadow. And I don't think it would be this bright, but I can diffuse it. So you can add cuts and stuff wherever you want. You don't have to follow the concept. And you shouldn't follow the concept. You should play around because you'll learn how these things work as you're going. I don't know what that's going to do when I put it in there. Probably, well, it'll look like that. It's kind of buckling there. Then obviously this is a little bit slow at this point because you have to save it every time, but there's ways of speeding it up.
What?
Just putting it into 3D. Just do it. And that adds sort of a thing, a little cut. Just want to think about where the light's coming from. So the light's coming from this way, so I really don't think that would be there so that bright. So it would definitely be a lot more diffused. Yeah, very bright. Yeah, but yeah. And also like at points like this, when you're painting, you're going to want to actually make it darker here for both sides so it actually looks like it's connecting to that. It's a little hard to show for this because it's in a different location, but it's kind of trial and error at this point. So it's easier in 3D because you could switch back and forth and paint in 3D. You could do that in here somewhere, can't you?
Photoshop.
Yeah, you could paint Photoshop somewhere. Kind of have to wait till Bonnie gets here anyway. So.
There's no way to do it in Photoshop.
Well, yeah, I don't want to do that.
I like it.
Yeah, it's a thing. And so yeah, this is a metal, so it has these buckles and stuff like that right there. It's got a buckle with the highlight that goes around it. Make it brighter. And you want to vary your line thickness too to add variation. We'll just go till Bonnie shows up.
Watch her forget.
I could totally see it.
I feel like Bonnie.
And wood behaves differently. What I do is I find, if I'm doing wood texture, I'll find a wood texture online that I like, and I'll figure out how they made it, and then I'll do that. So I'll just like zoom in and paint until it looks like that. And so really the only way to get better is to just keep doing it. And you'll see a lot of improvement as you go, especially if you're looking from reference. This has a lot of interweaving parts that are very complicated, and I don't have any of those. I could do like
It's like a vine or something.
actual like surface inside of this surface.
It's like a bevel.
Yeah, it's like a beveled edge. Am I? Well, they keep switching which ones work and which ones don't, because some of them work and some of them don't, and they keep having that same error. So someone needs to tell Bonnie about it.
Which
Yeah, the admin password error. She should be, yeah, because we have to plan and make a budget for next year. It's gonna be lots of fun. So yeah, if you want to stay for the after party, it'd be great. Oh, the pixels, pixel grid.
You just turn the extras off too.
Ah, I made it worse. That's true. I could do that. You could also just do that. I'll get rid of it. And you can use brackets to change the scale of your cube. And I would probably put like a cut in that. Just basically a cut is just a dark part with a highlight. That's about it. That'll do it. And also it goes through to the other side, usually. So you have it happen over there too. Oh, yeah. Any questions? Oh, I'm tired.
Are you done?
Yes.
Whoa, easy turbo.
My legs feel like jello. You can actually see pretty well up there with the 1080p because it's doing 1080p.
Yeah. It's a pretty good by hand. Change your flow. You'll be able to get a lot better. Right now, it's really, change your capacity flow. Because you can still get the same kind of effect. See? And now you can, since you've done that, do it again. You can actually select, stop. You can actually select one of those colors and blend. Also, never use black. Don't use black.
Oh, I was.
Always paint with some sort of color in it. Never use straight up black. I usually try to stay towards the middle range, except for highlights, to the middle of the color gradient. So never use black. Straight back. Black is bad. Back again.
Unless it's portable.
Unless it's borderlands. And then
your cell shading.
you have cell shaders. Okay, thanks for the cookies. He's the one that got his cookies. He's awesome.
What do you guys?
It's the best. Yeah.
Computer art club.
Yeah. If you really like painting, invest in a nice tablet. I bought a Cintiq and it changed it completely. Even though it cost me $1,000, it's awesome. But you can make a lot work with just one of the Vidros. Not really a bad
It's a lot
one.
different. Canvas are okay. It's a lot different painting on the actual screen.
It's a lot different when painting actually on it. You get a tactile feedback. Also, the
Touch
touch and the pressure sensitivity is a lot better on the Cintiq than the ones over there. Those feel like you're painting on mud, painting through like mud. Like that one's probably fine.
That's what you did.
Quick question. What do you say to the kind of what we actually get it done? There,
On a mirror.
yeah,
Well, you want to line everything up with the grid. And then hit the mirror button, mirror geometry,
yeah.
and it'll mirror for you. And it should show.
Let's see if mine should come into this. If she remembered. Yeah. She's the advisor, so she can do all this. We don't necessarily need Bonnie if Megan's here. Hey, Bonnie.
Still going?
Yeah, no, we just finished. Yeah, this.
Not a good crowd here.
Well, we had more people. They left for a minute ago.
It was good. We had pizza, we had cookies. It was fun. A lot of freshmen, which is nice. So we did a lot of hands-on modifications. It took a little while, but we got better at it.
Good.
At 15 minutes.
Did that in 15
One on the
minutes?
left. On the left.
We had enough time for painting at the end.
Well, yeah. So right in
But yeah.
the. Anything over there painting away?
that right there?
That's a freshman.
Oh, new. Well, I saw the hair do it, she has straight hair.
She's over there with,
Uh-huh.
we have cookies. If you want.
Oh, you gotta come to the cookie jar, huh?
Yeah, it's sponsored. They're awesome. Done for free.
Grant. Who are you? You're gonna be here next year.
Webmaster.
Probably, yeah.
Webmaster.
We need a new website.
I'm a computer science major, so.
We need a new website.
I'll put you on the list no matter what.
Yeah, I figure.
I just didn't know. I thought you might be graduating.
I was gonna run anyways.
Okay.
You know, I have a lot of computer science students that take interactive classes up here. And a lot of the students that are digital arts are dual majors.
Yeah, actually, you would know Paul Whitekeeper. He is my sister's very friend.
Okay, well, we have to move on to another thing. So that concludes this one. Hopefully it was awesome. I don't know. Sorry about a lot of dead space. It's just because we were working hands-on with people. But yes.
They laid him off. They were having
Bye-bye.
some
Adios.
trouble, but he got picked up
I'm
right
screen
away.
sharing. How to stop?
He bought a house.
Big stop button.
He's like
But I can't.
26.
Oh, I'm over. That's
Yeah,
why.
right now.
Oh, gosh.
Not married, no three kids.
No.
Stop
nothing like
broadcast.
that.